Justice, where are you? Michael and Linda are here.
Love you, Linda.
The world is justice. Will we ever find justice?
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing
Will
"Oh
we
Happy
know
Day."
justice when we see it? To be and down, I lead the way, hoping justice will win the day. Missionary clues, finding justice where we can. Join us now, we're on the run. Justice is waiting, we'll see it done.
see a question on session, turn off your cell phone.
You know, in the situation of the trial in Commonwealth, right, Walshe, you also know that 2023 Council, please, once again,
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walshe.
Morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Wood.
Welcome to all of you. Just give me a minute. Sorry for the late start. All right.
You are unmuted.
Sorry, Your Honor. This is a screenshot that the government took from the video they initially wanted to introduce, specifically and solely just to show a particular carpet in the Walshe home. We agreed on a screenshot. However, this screenshot, frankly, is just as inflammatory as the video. There's certainly more ways to crop this photograph. We've also been more than willing to stipulate that the rug in question was originally in the Walshe home in that room. I don't think we need this particular picture in this case in front of the jury to serve the purpose they need it to serve.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would suggest it's not inflammatory. It simply is, what we've done is after you made a recommendation of doing a screenshot, we took the initial image of the video and put that on there. It clearly shows the rug, the victim.
Is there any other part of the video, I don't remember because it's been a while since I've looked at it, that includes Anna without the child?
No, I believe it's her with it.
Because I remember that the child falls off.
There are.
He sits on her head. Are there other parts of the video that you can crop back so that you're showing just her in the rug and not one of the children?
I will look, Your Honor. My memory is it doesn't work that way because the other two children are there and they're walking in and out of the frame.
Okay, but there may be just a picture where it's just her and somebody's feet. Why don't you look at that and see? An alternate would be to, as I did in my chambers, take a piece of paper and just across the band where the child is most dominant, or alternately, I am sure that somebody, well above my capabilities, but I'm sure that somebody could edit out the child entirely.
So just so we understand, the position is to try and keep the children out of it entirely.
I think that the Commonwealth is entitled to show the jury the rug, even if the defendant is willing to stipulate to it, but I want to do it in the least inflammatory way as possible.
Okay.
And so if there's a better alternative, and I think there might be, but again, I haven't watched it in a while. And by better alternative to me, that's a video or a still, excuse me, that shows the rug and Anna and less of, if not
I'll do my
any
best.
children.
I mean, Your Honor, if you just even cut that picture in half.
Well, you know, if you excise the child from the photo, it just looks like she's on her back doing like a yoga move or something. I don't know.
I'll be honest, I don't love that either. And
Well,
I mean, there's a way just to, even if you crop it, it doesn't need to be a giant photograph, particularly, I understand they have a right to put on their case, but we're not going to cross-challenge or say this is not the rug. So all they really need to do is establish a photograph of the rug in the home.
well, said this and I'll say it a couple times. The Commonwealth has the burden. The Commonwealth, within the rules and within the bounds, gets to show their case, or present their case as they wish. And having this visual of her on the rug has an impact. I would like to make it more neutral without the child in there. And so see if you can work on that.
I will, Your Honor.
While I'm talking about things that you should work on, Madam Clerk, that back. I want you to look at the William Fasto text messages with the following in mind, because it's likely where I'm going to draw the line, although I'll hear from you. I've read your pleadings. I think there is classic state of mind evidence in those, embedded in those. In particular, well, there's different places where it is, but there's probably the most classic is where there's a comment by Anna after she's giving him some parenting advice, and she says, you know, something to the effect of, I shouldn't be giving any parenting advice. My life is completely messed up. You know that exchange?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's likely coming in as state of mind evidence, but there's a lot of other stuff in there where they're talking back and forth about child rearing things that I think is irrelevant to the jury's fact finding. So I'm going to put it back on the Commonwealth today to pair that back to what you think is relevant and state of mind evidence. Relevant otherwise and possibly state of mind evidence.
Understood.
All right. And then the defense can argue with regard to that, but I think there's some pretty classic state of mind evidence embedded in those texts. And it also raises the issue, which we've discussed a number of times throughout the case. What are the reasonable inferences that can be drawn from the statements that Mr. Walshe made in, I think it's at least 3 separate spots of his now played to the jury interviews with regard to what he was or was not seeing. And by that, I mean, trying to be as clear with you as I can. He says at least 2 times on this, once on the 7th, at least once on the 7th or twice on the 7th. And once on the 8th. He is asked about the evening's events, and he ties Anna sending a text message to William Fastow to when Thomas went to bed. And we know from the Fastow text messages that that was sent at 10:07. His memory was good. The kid went to bed sometime between 10 and 10:30. So we know from his own statements that he knew that Anna sent that to Will Fastow that night. So it seems to me that there's one of 2 reasonable inferences that could be drawn from those statements of the defendant. One is that he knew it because he observed her texting the message in the kitchen or in the family room, wherever they were when she sent that message. Could you argue that that's unlikely in light of what the other contents of the evening's texts were? That is, if Anna were having an affair, and she was, with William Fastow, would you be showing your husband the texts that you're sending? The other inference is that he knew of it also because he was, as he said, I'm getting her messages. And so you're going to have vastly different views on what the reasonable inferences the jury can draw from that evidence. But as an evidentiary ruling as to whether it comes in or not, I want you to be focused on those comments on the 7th. I think there's another comment on the 8th, and either in the earliest of interviews, either the 4th or the 5th, there's a comment with regard to where he says somehow her messages are showing. I don't know how. I don't know how. It's it's a more generalized comment. I know you're going to make the iMessenger argument, and I cut you off from that yesterday, frankly, because I think that's for the jury to decide what that meant, and not for any witness to decide for the jury what that meant. All right, the other things I want to talk about. I have not given this jury a consciousness of guilt instruction. And many times yesterday I was thinking, when? And you're not asking for it, and I understand why you're not asking for it, and I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with regard to why I haven't given it yet. It seems to me that both the Commonwealth and the defense are being scrupulous in your description of the searches, in the sense of you both refer to whoever the user of the device was making these searches. And that the witness has, I presume, been coached appropriately, I don't mean it in any pejorative way,
Thank you.
to say the user of the computer did these searches and not the defendant did these searches. If it was that the defendant did these searches, the consciousness of guilt instruction would have been given some time ago. Now, what sort of, I don't want to say muddies the water, but the defense opened on the fact that the defendant lied to the police. It seems to me that as soon as you believe that link has been made between the other conduct of either concealing the evidence in this case, the defendant concealing, not the user concealing, the defendant concealing the evidence in this case, or the defendant lying to the police. I know you opened it on it, but the evidence before this jury doesn't include your opening. But when it becomes apparent to the jury that the defendant lied to the police, or the defendant is the person who was doing those searches, the consciousness of guilt instruction should be given. And I'm either going to do that sua sponte or at your urging. And your version of when that becomes apparent and when mine might be different. So raise it with me if you think I'm missing out on something. Do you understand?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense?
I understand what you said, Judge. Will be objecting, but I would wonder, before you gave it, if you could just either give us a copy or the specific conscious of guilt.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to go fancy. I'm happy to look at it. Why don't you come over here? It's just this. Morning.
Oh, yeah.
Bill, Council, can I just see you for one more second? There's something else I do want to say.
Here. All persons unable to be honorable justice, man, for you justice. No superior court. Find here, give your attention, you shall be heard. Put that on Massachusetts, and Southern Court, please be seated to judge yourself.
Good morning, jurors, and welcome back. Jurors, will start today with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media and that you not go on any news media? Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about the case? And were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about the case? And do you all still have open minds? Those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. We can have the witness back on the stand. Trooper Bryant, where were you now? Morning. Just Trooper, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
So just a couple of recaps here. That binder that's been marked as Exhibit 79, the binder of the history that you included of the MacBook Gray device, we can all agree it contains 3,677 records as you defined them yesterday.
Yes, well, half technically because they're duplicates. Shows the first one from the parsed and the second one from the carved, but they're the same record. So it'd be about, what, 1,800-ish, realistically.
I don't understand your answer.
So if you look at the binder, it shows one record, say record number 1, shows the information, the parsed information, and then the record number 2 shows carved. It's the same date and time stamp, the same information, just a different location in the database. So it's almost duplicated.
Okay. Here's my question.
Yes.
In the binder that's been marked Exhibit 79, you listed 3,677 records.
Yes.
And it totals 1,034 pages.
I'll take your word. I don't have it in front of me, but yes.
Do you have a copy of it?
I don't up here with me now.
Mustn't have gone far. We can find it.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yesterday, you testified to the binder that was admitted as Exhibit 80, and that was regarding the iPad Mini.
Yes.
It involved 2 separate extractions.
Same extraction, but 2 different versions of the software. Yes.
Wasn't it labeled Extraction 1 and Extraction 2?
I didn't label it that, but that's how it is labeled. Yes.
In any event, it's clear now, isn't it, based on your forensic analysis, that the searches that were found on the iPad Mini were not conducted on the iPad.
Yes, that is correct.
That you used the term sync yesterday, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you used the word sync in the context of the searches based on your forensic analysis originating on the Gray MacBook.
That is correct.
And when we say sync, and when you say sync, it means that, in part, that no one manipulated that iPad mini with regards to all the searches that this jury's heard about?
That's correct, yes.
You told us yesterday that there are multiple records, as you defined it, records in this Exhibit 79 that have the same timestamp, correct?
For this binder here, the 79?
Exhibit 79, yes, sir.
Yes, that's correct.
And you told us specifically, if I heard you right, that does not mean that there were multiple searches with the identical timestamp, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it does not mean that the website that's referred to in each one of those duplicate records, it doesn't mean that that website was visited twice.
Unless the visit count says twice, then yes, but like I said, that parsed and carved record, there's the same record of the same thing that happened, just different spots pulled from the database, so.
And you did not, in what's been marked Exhibit 79, you did not indicate to whoever looks at Exhibit 79 what were those duplicate records.
I did.
How'd you do that?
I spoke with the prosecution, our ADAs, and explained what this is and how it parses out the data and when it prints out.
What I'm asking you, though, is when someone opens up that book, and let's just say someone like a juror, when they open up that book, there's nothing to indicate to them out of those 3,677 quote records which one is duplicative and which one is not.
Well, I just testified to it now and also on direct, and it also shows in the book the same date and time stamp, and I explained the parsed and carved records.
Yeah,
I don't have a paper written report, if that's what you're trying to infer.
you don't have a what?
Paper written, handwritten report, if that's what you're trying to infer.
I'm really not trying anything. I'm just asking you that if someone were to look at those 3,677 records, there's no term used that says this is a multiple, this is a duplicate of record 1 or record 2. It says nothing like that in the book, does it?
Objection.
You can answer.
I don't fully understand. So you're asking if there's something that says that one's a duplicate and one's not?
I've asked, yes, that's what I'm
Okay.
asking.
By the same date and time stamp on the record, and as I explained, the parsed and carved, but I don't know if there's anything, like there's no key guide that says what it is,
Okay.
if that's what you mean.
And yesterday you also told us about something called redirects, correct?
Yes.
And that a redirect means that the computer or the device on its own, with the software, with the browser, redirected the user to another website.
When they click on a website, it can redirect, yes.
Okay. And it's the device and the software operating within the device that determines a redirect. It is not the user.
That is correct.
And you don't have anything in this 3,677 records. You don't have, we'll use your reference, an index or anything to indicate the reader of this Exhibit 79, what are redirects and what are not.
That's correct.
And you have no idea how many, quote, redirects occur within this Exhibit 79.
Just the few that I saw. So I don't know. I don't have an exact number.
Okay. You would agree that with regards to Exhibit 79, that there was no activity on the gray MacBook between 3:50 a.m. and 4:52 a.m.
On what day?
January 1st of 2023.
Again, I'd have to double check. I remember there was Gmail usage around the 3 a.m. point, and then 4:52 there was some searches, but I don't know if there's anything in that time frame in between.
So what, if you will, sir, maybe you could check.
Yep.
Counsel, can I see the side of the bench?
Did you find that?
Yes, I have it here, sir. Thank you. Yes, you're correct. 3:50 a.m. is record 1947, and then the following record is 1948 at 4:52 a.m.
Yesterday, you testified that you recalled, or you thought you recalled, references to William Fastow within the MacBook data.
That's correct.
Do you know where that is?
No, I don't.
Can you indicate, well, you just said no, you don't. Trooper Guarino, if I represented to you that there is absolutely no reference to William Fastow within these 3,677 records, would you agree with that?
I don't know. I don't remember. I remember seeing it somewhere, but I don't know if it was in the MacBook. There's, like I said, a lot of data.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that your examination of exhibit that's contained in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that that MacBook and any user of that MacBook ever accessed Anna Walsh's iMessages?
Her iMessages? No, I never saw any indication of that.
I'm going to refer you to page 555, record 2055.
What record number you said? 2055?
2055.
Okay, got it.
And that search query is what is disposal of dead bodies?
That's correct.
There's no reference to murder in that query, correct?
That's correct.
And that query occurred at 6:36:18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to refer you to page, stay on that same page, page 555, record 2057.
Okay.
That occurred at 6:36:22.
Yes.
And it regards body disposal options.
Yes,
No reference to murder, the word murder, correct?
that's correct.
Turning to the next page, 556, record 2059. That occurred at 6:36:30, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The search query involves cool ways to be buried, correct?
That's correct.
There's no reference to murder, correct?
That's correct.
Page 557, record number 2061.
Okay.
That occurred at 6:36:33,
Yes.
and it's a query of above-ground burial options, correct?
That's correct.
And there's no reference to murder.
Yes, that's correct.
Yesterday, you did testify to some search queries that did include the word murder, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that these searches that we're talking to the jury about today, they began at 4:42 on January 1st of 2023.
452, but yes.
4:52. The first time the term murder was introduced in these searches was at page 596, record 2185. That's correct, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't memorized all of these, as you can
No,
tell. But,
I know you're looking.
but what record number you said?
Okay. Page 596, record 2185.
Yes, I have that here. I
And
see
that,
it.
okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I cut you
I
off.
was just going to say, I see it here. I don't know. I don't believe there's any other things with murder in the keyword search prior.
I'm sorry?
I don't know if there's any other words with keyword searches for Google with the word murder in it prior to this one. Again, like I said, I haven't memorized all of these records. It's quite a bit of them.
Well, if I represented to you that the first time the word murder appears in these searches is at page 596, record 2185, would you agree with me?
I see it here, so I can just take your word for it.
Okay. And that occurred at 11:28:43 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
So the first time the word murder appeared in all these records was approximately 6 hours after these searches began.
Again, I'd have to take your word for it, but it seems that.
And that search that we just talked about, the search at 596 record 2185, the one we just spoke about, that occurred right after a search at 595 record 2181, where the query is best way to dispose of body parts quietly.
That's correct.
And that occurred at 11:27:56 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So yesterday I asked you some questions about the use of additional terms to get a different search result. You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
And that is one example in Exhibit 79, where first a query did not use the word murder, and then it did use the word murder to get different results, correct?
I can't speak to the user's frame of mind when they're searching for something. I can just say yes or no to what the data shows. So those search terms have it, some don't. But I can't speak to why someone is searching what they're searching.
You testified yesterday, and I'm going to give you a cite, page 694, record 2507. If you can turn to that.
Yeah, sorry.
Page 694, record 2507.
Okay.
And that has to do with a query about hard drive removal.
Yes.
Correct? It's fair to say that tell us when that search occurred.
January 2nd, 2023 at 2:01:19 a.m.
Now, you're aware of the fact that certain devices, all made by Apple, were first turned over voluntarily to the police on January 6th of 2023.
No, that's not true.
You would agree that certain devices were turned over to the police on January 6th of 2023.
Yes, certain devices were.
And When those devices were turned over, those devices were examined, correct?
Yes, they were.
And all the hard drives were intact in all those devices.
Well, yes, they were.
And there was no evidence that any of the hard drives had been tampered with, correct?
Well, the products that we were
Was
given-
there any evidence that the hard drives in any of those devices turned over on January 6th had been tampered with?
They don't have standard hard drives that a PC has. They have different hard drive types. They're soldered onto the motherboards of these devices.
So there was no evidence that anything had been tampered with.
That's correct for these chips.
And then you're aware of the fact that then on January 8th, strike that. Let me ask that again. Those devices that were turned over on January 6th were returned to Mr. Walshe on January 7th.
Yes, that's correct.
And then those same devices that were first turned over on January 6th were seized on January 8th or thereafter.
On January 8th, yes.
And additional devices were also seized on January 8th.
Yes, they were.
And one of those devices that was seized on January 8th was this gray MacBook, correct?
Yes, sir.
The gray MacBook whose data appears in Exhibit 79.
Yes, sir.
And there was no evidence after a forensic examination of all the devices now in the possession of the state police that none of the hard drives had been tampered with.
Like physical tamper with, sir? Like physically or like trying to take them apart?
That's one
Yes.
question. We'll do it that way. Physically?
Other than the damage to the devices, no, there was no tampering, like screws missing that I saw.
And when you say the damage to devices, are you talking about the one iPad mini that was cracked?
Yeah, well, and the screen on the gray MacBook, the display itself was not broken, but the LCD screen had like a flicker. It didn't work perfectly.
And none of that affected the data within those devices?
No, that's correct.
Yesterday, you testified with regards to a search history search at page 888, record 3127.
All right, I have 888. Which one?
Record 3127.
Okay.
That search occurred on January 3rd of 2023, correct?
That's at 7:30 p.m.
At 7:38, correct?
That's correct.
And that search involved, can police get your search history without your computer, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, without repeating the same question, all those computers and iPhones and iPads were turned over on various dates, January 6th and January 8th and thereafter.
That's correct.
And you're unaware that any other computer or any other iPad or any other cell phone had been destroyed or otherwise disposed of.
Just one cell phone.
Okay. And the search history on all of these devices that were turned over, it was all intact, wasn't it?
Yes, the devices that were either turned over or seized during the warrant were.
And in your forensic analysis of all these devices, you did not see any evidence that anyone tried to remove, delete, or otherwise change the search history contained on these devices.
That's correct.
Yesterday, you testified to cell phone history search, and that's at page 904, record 3184.
Yep, I have it.
And you're aware of the fact that Mr. Walshe was interviewed beginning on January 4th, correct?
I don't remember the exact days. I got involved in the case on the 6th, but I know he was spoken with prior to that.
That query, that search query that we just talked about, page 904, record 3184, that was conducted on January 4th at 8:55 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
But as you sit here today, you're not sure when Mr. Walshe was first interviewed by the law enforcement at his home.
That's correct.
Are you aware of the fact that he was not just interviewed once on January 4th, but twice? Are you aware of that? Were you ever, I guess your answer is no.
That's correct. I don't know.
Are you aware of any dates that Mr. Walshe was in fact questioned or interviewed by the police at his home prior to his arrest?
I just know it was prior to the 6th.
In any event, in all of the devices that you did in fact forensically examine, you saw no evidence that any user tried to destroy any cell phone history as it applied to the cell phones, correct?
To Mr. Walsh's?
Yes.
That's correct.
Now, my understanding from your testimony yesterday is that you did not specifically conduct a full examination of any of the iPhones that were seized.
That's correct.
That would be Trooper Connor Keefe.
That's correct.
A user that uses these devices can delete information, can't they?
To a point.
But the fact of the matter is that those forensic tools that you use, Celebrite, Magnet Gray, Axiom, when you run the data that you extract from a device, that software can detect where a deletion occurred.
As I said, to a point.
It's fair to say that in your examination of the MacBook, device 3, and in all of those records in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that any data had been deleted.
I didn't see anything glaring.
Yesterday, you talked about the Chase account login data, and specifically the Chase login data that occurred on December 27th of 2022. Do you recall that?
Vaguely.
I refer you to page 259, record 951.
Thank you. What was the page again? 259, you said?
259.
Thank you. All right, I have it.
And you would agree with me that that particular activity, the Chase login, that extended up to and including record 1026, found at page 279.
Yep, I have it.
And it's fair to say that you do not know what was reviewed during that Chase login.
No, I do. I can see right here. So it goes, each URL, if you go into it, shows dashboard, overview accounts. There's another one that shows a dashboard authorization, when he signed out.
Do you know the details of what he viewed?
What was actually in his account? No.
Okay.
I just know that the headers for the Chase accounts that he was at.
So you don't know if the user was looking at balances, deposits, anything like that. You just know that he logged in to the Chase account.
Yes, whatever covers under the account overview or his login information, that's all I can tell. I don't know if he made transactions or...
And you do not know if there are multiple accounts associated with that Chase login.
That's correct.
I'm going to refer you to page 906, record 3195. Are you there yet?
No, you got me going from one end to the other. All right.
3195.
3195.
Okay. 319. Okay, have it.
That's another Chase login, isn't it?
That's correct.
Occurred at 3:58:26 p.m. on January 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now I'm going to refer you to record number 3292 on page 930.
Okay.
That's another Chase login, isn't it?
He's already logged, well, he's logged in from earlier. So it's the same login.
It's not the same login that's referenced at page 906-3195, is it? Because that login occurred on January 7th, correct?
Well, if you go back through, oh, I see the date change. Yep. It goes all the preceding ones are also Chase from the 7th and then the 8th.
So the reference specific to page 930, record 3292, that's a Chase login that occurred the next day on January 8th, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And that's at 3:02 a.m., correct?
Yes, it is.
So what you saw in this MacBook data was multiple logins on the Chase account, correct?
Yes.
And they spanned many days during this period that you examined it, 12/25/2022, up to and including January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many Chase logins apart and aside from the Chase login that you testified to on direct examination yesterday that occurred on December 27th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You'd also note, and I'll focus your attention on page 948 at record 3362.
Okay.
That involves a login to a Fidelity account, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And that login occurred at 7:04:21.
Yes.
So there are multiple logins involving financial institutions within that MacBook data that is contained in Exhibit 79, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, you cannot tell this jury how many times there was a Chase login on this MacBook between 12/25/2022 and January 8th of 2023.
Unless I see the last visited count or I go through and hand count them, then no.
And the same question, you can't tell us how many times the Fidelity account was logged into between December 25th, 2022 and January 8th of 2023.
That's correct.
And of course, you didn't examine any data on the MacBook prior to December 25th, 2022, so you have no idea how many times Mr. Walshe or anyone else logged into the Chase account prior to December 25th of 2022.
Yes.
I want to focus your attention to page 279 through 280 and record 1029 that is referenced on 279.
All right. Okay.
You have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
That was a Google search that occurred at 9:37:07, correct?
Record 1029? Yes.
And that occurred, once again, on 12/27, this 12/27 date that we keep hearing about, correct?
Yes.
That search and those results had to do with Porsches, didn't it?
Yes.
Had to do with someone searching for Porsche cars, correct?
Yeah, it looks like it says 911 Porsche 2009 for sale.
And one of those searches involved a Porsche for sale in Cohasset, didn't it?
I don't know. I can look. Oh, I see it. Yep.
That's a yes?
Car gurus, yes.
Okay. That search that I just asked you about, that occurred on 12/27, that search happened right after those chase searches that occurred on 12/27, didn't it?
Yes.
And that Porsche search at 279, 280, and the other searches thereafter, they occurred right after those searches that you referenced yesterday to the jury about divorce, correct?
Believe so.
I'm going to focus your attention now to page 2.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
They did. I just went back, I saw it.
I'm going to focus you now to page 234, record 863.
2, 3. Okay.
That is a search that occurred on 12/27, once again, and it occurred around 8/23/13, correct?
I have 8/23/08, but yep.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to go forward to record 870 and ask you to look at those records that run from 863 to 870. They all involve searching for a diamond ring, don't they?
Yes.
And one of the specific queries is a 4-carat diamond, correct?
Yes.
And there's a specific reference in the search at page 236, record 870, that it references BlueNile.com diamonds, correct?
That's correct.
These searches that you just testified to regarding searching for diamonds, they occurred just before the searches that you told us about regarding the divorces yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Talking about those divorce searches now, the divorce searches that occurred on 12/27, they start actually with a search at page 240, record 887, and the search involves Katie Holmes' divorce.
Yes.
Katie Holmes is an actress, do you know?
Yes.
And so that is the first search that appears on 12/27 that includes the term divorce, correct?
Let's see. I believe so.
And then there's the searches that we talked about, you talked about yesterday on direct. And it's fair to say, isn't it, that those searches regarding divorce you testified to ran from page 241, record 891, to page 258, record 948.
Is that the question? Did I?
Yes.
Yes.
And you characterized them yesterday when asked by the Commonwealth. How do you characterize the nature of those searches? All showing divorce advice. Your words, correct?
Not gonna lie, I forget what I said, but I believe so.
Okay. So it's fair to say that if they ran from 8:33 to 8:54, that'd be a total of 21 minutes, correct?
Yes.
That's 21 minutes of looking at divorce, as you characterized it, divorce advice, in over 15 days of data that you extracted from the MacBook, correct?
Yes.
And these divorce searches, once again, they occurred after the diamond searches, right after them, didn't they?
Yes.
And they occurred before the Porsche searches, didn't they?
Yes.
And these searches occurred before the Chase searches that you testified to.
Yes.
So on 12/27, that extracted data from the MacBook shows it all right around the same time. There was a Chase login, correct?
Yes.
Looks like someone was shopping for a diamond ring or a diamond, correct?
I don't know if they were shopping for it, but they were looking at it.
And somebody was looking at Porsches for sale, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no divorce-related searches that occurred in the data you looked at from 12/25 up to and including, up to the 12/27 divorce searches.
Not that I saw.
It's fair to characterize these searches that you testified to yesterday, that they began at 4:52, and sometimes the searches only seem to last no more than a minute or two.
I can't speak to the time frame for all of them because I don't have them all memorized, but I know some were short, some were not.
But in fact, if someone reviewed Exhibit 79 carefully and looked at the data would reveal, wouldn't it, how long and how short some of these searches went from one search query to the next, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And it would also show that during these searches that were being conducted, that at times the software, the browser, would then redirect and send the user to someplace else, and then a new search would be conducted, correct?
Again, I don't remember being all that many, but yes, that could happen.
And there are searches that include searches of what detergent to use to clean up, correct?
Clean up what?
Clean up a wood floor? You recall that? If you don't, that's fine.
Yeah. I remember having something else in that search string, but I don't remember just how to clean wood floors.
Okay. Do you remember, as you said here today, anything about searches for concrete floors?
Yes.
Okay. All of these searches, they go on not just for one day. These searches go on for at least 3 days, don't they?
I believe they go from the 1st to the 4th.
Okay. And on January 3rd, there are searches about how to deal with smells and odors from a decomposing body, isn't it?
Yes.
And those searches about how to deal with an odor, they don't even begin until January 3rd, do they? If you know, if you don't, that's
I
fine.
thought on the 1st there was one, how long it takes for a body to start smelling.
But not how to, that's correct.
Yeah,
but
but
not how to clean it up.
That's correct.
And not how to mask the smell or anything of the sort.
No, there is January 1st, 4:58. How long does a body stop smelling?
But not how to mask it, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And not how to clean it up.
I'm not seeing that.
You're not seeing it.
I'm not seeing it. I'm just seeing the beginning ones that I've already talked about.
That's all I have.
Redirect.
Very, very briefly.
79.
we could just put up Exhibit 79, page 593, just to clear.
And not how to clean it up.
I'm not seeing that.
You're not seeing it.
I'm not seeing it. I'm just seeing the beginning ones that I've already talked about.
That's all I have.
Redirect.
Very, very briefly. 79. If we could just put up Exhibit 79, page 593, just to clear up one thing. Record 2171. If you could just read that title, please, Trooper.
Yep. It says your spouse is missing and you want a divorce / hello divorce.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 1st, 2023, 10:49 a.m.
So that is after 12/27 of 22, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. And Trooper, you talked about on cross-examination, you were asked about devices that you received on January 6th of 2023 by Mr. Walshe. Did you receive the MacBook?
No, I did not.
You received, what did you receive?
The iPhone 13 mini and 2 iPads, iPad 6 and iPad 6 mini.
And did those have hard drives like a laptop?
No, they have memory chips similar to the MacBooks, but not like a PC hard drive.
And did you find at the search warrant a PC or a laptop with a traditional hard drive?
No.
And did you search the house for a traditional laptop or a PC?
Yes, I did.
A moment. Thank you.
Any recross?
No.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call William Foley.
Just remain standing and face the clerk.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you speak to pass
Step right up here, sir. Just watch step, sir.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Foley, Foley.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
What does the U.S. Customs and Border Protection do?
The U.S. Customs and Border Protection inspects arriving merchandise, cargo, and travelers traveling into and out of the United States.
And how long have you been with U.S. Customs and Border Protection?
With U.S. Customs and Border Protection for 13 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
My responsibilities are mainly to inspect documents of individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
Are you familiar, as a result, with a system known as TECS, TECS? TEXS.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Sure. So TEXS is a law enforcement tool that basically stores arriving and departing records for individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
And who has access to it?
U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
And how are entries in TEXS generated?
They're mainly inputted by the airlines when passengers travel internationally on aircraft.
Now, are you familiar with another system called APIS?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes. So APIS stands for Advanced Passenger Information System. It's a system used by the airlines to transmit travel data of passengers traveling into and out of the United States.
And what interaction does that have with TEXS?
Once a record is inputted into APIS, it's transmitted to TEXS within 72 hours of a traveler's arrival or departure into the United States.
And what would someone who's traveling in or out of the United States need to give in order to have their information go into APIS?
A passport.
And now, what happens if someone has dual citizenship and has two passports?
So the airlines scan whichever passport or record whatever passport is provided to them by the traveler.
And if someone has dual citizenship, would it record still that they're coming or leaving the country?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So if someone has dual citizenship and they use another country's passport, does it still get recorded into APIS?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, you've earlier provided some documentation from TEXS that's been stipulated to as Exhibit 82. Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish Exhibit 82.
And the description of Exhibit 82 is what?
A two-page text document having the name Anna Walshe.
Is it from one of these two systems?
It is from the TECS system by U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
All right, the 2 pages of TECS documents are now admitted into evidence as Exhibit 82.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. And this is pre-marked as 82? It's okay. We're literally on the same page. So, Mr. Foley, can you see the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to walk us through this document. The date at the top left-hand corner in time, what is that, sir?
July 8th, 2025.
And underneath that, encounter date start and encounter end date. What are those two dates representing?
Those dates are the travel records from January 1st, 2022 and ending on July 7th, 2025 for pertaining to Anna Walshe.
And what is the date of birth?
Date of birth is April 12th, 1983.
And scrolling down, sir, there's 2 lines of entry with Anna Walsh's name. Can you walk us through what those 2 lines represent?
Sure. So the bottom line shows that Anna Walshe departed the United States on November 23rd, 2022 and returned to the United States on December 7th, 2022.
So on that bottom line, after November 23rd, 2022, there is a UA under carrier code. What's that mean, sir?
That stands for United Airlines.
And what does the O in the next column mean, sir?
That stands for outbound.
And now, sir, it says on board. What is the significance of that?
That shows that the airline confirmed that she was on board the aircraft.
Now, on the top row of data, right above that, what does LH mean under carrier code?
That stands for Lufthansa Airlines.
And what does the I mean, sir?
Inbound.
Now, underneath that, there is a legend. And can you just run through the legend for us as far as what the codes and values are next to them?
Sure. So DUB is Dublin, Ireland.
FRA, Frankfurt International Airport in Frankfurt, Germany. BOS is Boston Logan International Airport, and IAD is Dulles International Airport in Washington, D.C.
And sir, other than those two entries, were there any other records of Anna Walsh traveling outside the country from January 1st, 2022 to your July date in 2025?
No, sir.
Nothing further with Mr. Foley, Your Honor.
Any cross?
The records that have been admitted as Exhibit 82, they're not public records, are they?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick Reardon.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Patrick Reardon.
Right this way, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Patrick Reardon, Reardon.
Where do you work, sir?
Cohasset.
And what do you do in Cohasset?
I am a sergeant and a canine handler.
How long have you been, you say sergeant, so I'm assuming Cohasset Police Department.
Yes.
How long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
About 18 years.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
About 3 years.
And how long have you been a canine handler?
About 15 years.
And in January of 2023, what was your canine's name?
Einstein.
Now, what type of dog is Einstein?
He's a Belgian Malinois.
And what type of police dog is Einstein?
He's certified as a patrol dog. He tracks, it does area searches, building searches.
What type of training did he go into to be able to track?
So initially he takes myself and him go through a 16-week training with the local sheriff's office. And from there we do a twice a month training.
And now, sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 5th of 2023. Did you have the opportunity to do a track or an area search with Einstein that day?
I did.
Approximately what time?
About 10:20 in the morning.
And what was the weather like?
It was cool, cloudy.
And where did you conduct this search?
I conducted the search in the front left side, in the rear of the property.
And when you say the property, is that 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
Now, sir, what type of search was this?
This was considered an area search.
And what would you call it? Can you tell us what an area search means?
An area search basically means it's not a track, so we don't have a definitive area of where the person would have started. So an area search would just be using the dog to try and pick up a scent of human odor in the area.
Now, Your Honor, if I may, we've stipulated to a series of photographs from exhibits 83 to 89. And if I could publish the first of those, exhibit 83.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman? Sergeant, can you see the image on the screen?
I can.
Is that the general area of the home that you had the opportunity to do your area search of?
It is.
And if we may have exhibit 84. Now, Sergeant, do you see this image, exhibit 84?
Yes.
Is the home in exhibit 84?
Yes.
Now, sir, can you just tell us generally how far the home is set back from Route 3A?
It's about 100 yards.
And Just generally looking at Exhibit 84, can you tell us again where you did your search?
So as you look at the home, I started the area search in the front left between the home and 3A on the left-hand side and worked my way back through the area where you can see Peppermint Brook.
Now, if we may have Exhibit 85. Sir, what part of the home is this?
That's the front.
And did you have the opportunity to walk this area with Einstein?
To the left of the driveway, yes.
And if we could have Exhibit 86. Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes,
And that was also an area you got to walk with Einstein?
yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have, just a little bit out of order, Exhibit 39 from the other day? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
What is this of the house?
This is the backyard of the home.
What animals were in the backyard of the home when you were doing your search with Einstein?
There was a large German Shepherd in the fenced-in area.
And how is it behaving?
It was barking consistently at us.
And what was Einstein doing during this?
He was fine. He's not dog aggressive, so he continued to work.
And so is that what that other dog would be considered, dog aggressive?
Yes.
And could we have Exhibit 87? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
Where is this in relation to the home?
It's to the left of the home.
And did you get to walk this with Einstein?
I did.
And then if we could have Exhibit 88? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
And where was this?
Similar area to the left of the home towards the back.
And then the final image I want to show you is Exhibit 89. And where is this in relation to the home?
That's in the backyard as well, the gravel path that leads up to the back.
And now, sir, what, if anything, did you find?
We didn't find anything.
And how long did you do that area search with Einstein?
It was approximately 25, 30 minutes.
And did you go inside the fence where the dog was?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because the dog was there and it wouldn't have worked out.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross,
No questions.
the witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth calls Tom Menino.
Please tell us where the testimony is being
Right this way. There you go.
Good morning. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Thomas Menino, M-E-N-I-N-O.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed with JetBlue,
In what capacity?
corporate security manager out of Boston Logan Airport.
Thank you. And how long have you been employed by JetBlue as corporate security?
Just under 2 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
Security issues at the airport, keeper of the records.
And so as part of your job, you said you are keeper of the records,
Correct.
custodian of the records?
Correct.
Thank you. And does JetBlue Airlines keep records of customers flying on its planes in the normal course of business?
Yes, we do.
And how are your company's records kept?
Electronically.
When are entries made of those records?
As soon as someone purchases a reservation for an airline ticket, that's when we get the record.
Thank you. So as close to a transaction being made as possible?
Correct.
And why are records kept?
Just because we want to know who's flying on us, and if there's any issues
I
with it.
apologize, Judge, I just can't hear the witness.
Okay, I'm just going to ask the witness, this is a really large courtroom. Lean right into that
sorry.
microphone in a big, bold voice.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. If you could just repeat that answer.
So just so we know who's flying on our airline and that we, just have a record for them.
Thank you. So are your records kept in good faith?
Yes, they are.
And do you have JetBlue records concerning reservations for December 25th of 2022 through January 30th of 2023 for passenger Anna Walshe with a date of birth of April 12th, 1983, that you have provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, I'd ask now that we enter in, which has already been previously marked as Exhibit 92.
9-2?
92.
Presumably, we're going to hear about what 90 and 91 are later?
Yes, we will, Your Honor.
All right, so 92 are the records from JetBlue. They're marked and admitted into evidence.
Thank you very much. I'd also ask that they be published for the jury at this time electronically.
You may.
Do you have a copy of those, sir?
I don't have them with me.
I will bring them right up to you.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Menino, are you familiar with those records?
I am.
Thank you very much. Looking at the reservation on 12/25/22, could you go to that page, Ms. Gilman? Thank you.
Okay.
Where was there a reservation from?
This reservation was from DCA, which is Reagan National Airport, to Boston.
So, and the code for Boston?
BOS.
Thank you. And what time was that reservation for?
It was for 6:30 p.m.
And can you tell if Ms. Walshe took that flight?
No, that flight was refunded.
Okay, so you can tell that she did not take that flight, is that correct?
Correct.
And where do you see that flight was refunded?
Where it says STAT, S-T-A-T, it says RFND.
And what happened to that flight? Do you know, did that flight go that day?
That flight went, but that was a refunded ticket.
Okay. And when was that flight purchased?
Looks like it was issued on December 20th of 2022.
Going to the next record on 12/27. Did Ms. Walshe have a flight on 12/27/22?
Yes.
And where was, from where?
This flight was from Boston to Reagan National Airport,
And what time?
7:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
This flight here was booked through JetBlue when it was with the Northeast Alliance. That meant we were dealing with American Airlines. And so this was purchased for an American Airlines ticket. So we don't have record of if she took that flight or not.
And when was that flight purchased?
It was December 20th of 2022,
And where can you see that?
where it says issued.
And looking at the next page, please. Did Ms. Walshe have a flight on 12/30/22?
Yes, she did.
And from where to where?
That flight was from Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
That was at 6:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight on December 30th of 2022?
That ticket was used.
And when was that flight purchased?
December 20th of 2022.
And what's the difference, if you know, between created and issued?
Yeah, so it's created, that's when it was, the ticket was created, was that date, and it was issued, the ticket was issued on the second date. So, yeah, that was created on November 5th of 2022.
And then it was issued?
Yes.
Okay. So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just go back to that. Thank you. So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you. And was there a flight on January 3rd of 2023?
That's correct.
And from where to where?
From Boston to Reagan,
And what time?
that would be at 6 a.m.
And was that flight used? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go down now.
No, that says it was no-show, so it meant that the person did not show up for the flight.
What's the difference between refund and no-show?
So refund is you can cancel your ticket prior to your flight and get your money back. No-show means you just don't show up for the flight.
And looking at the next document, please. Was there a flight reservation for January 13th of 2023?
Yes.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston,
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
And did Ms. Walsh take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight as well.
And if you could go down, please? And and where do you see that?
Right there, it says CMP2. Hold on, just make sure I get the right one. The third, sorry, it's CMP1. It's the lower one.
Thank you. And going back up, when was that?
That was created on November 5th of 2022.
Okay. And looking at 116, did Ms. Walsh have a flight reservation for 116 of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
That was from Boston to Reagan,
And what time was that flight for?
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight.
And when was that flight purchased? Going up, please.
November 5th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go up in the record so we could see that, please?
A little bit more.
Go up, please. Thank you. And going to the next document, please. And looking at this document, did Ms. Walsh have a flight reservation for January 27th of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was this reservation from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston,
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
And did Ms. Walsh take that flight?
That was a no-show for that flight.
And when was that flight purchased?
That flight was purchased on November 5th, 2022.
And looking at the January 30th, 2022, did she have a flight reservation for that date?
She did.
And where was the reservation from?
Boston to Reagan International Airport,
And what time?
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
She did not. No show.
And when was that flight purchased?
On November 5th, 2022.
And the final page, please. And what is this document showing, Mr. Menino?
These are just flights that we had scheduled for, it looks, December 23rd, 2022, December 24th, 2022, December 25th, December 30th, 2022, and January 1st, 2023.
And so that shows whether or not the flight went or was canceled?
Correct.
And those are only the JetBlue flights, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this would show the the December 25th of 22 flights, whether they flew or were canceled.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Any cross-exam?
No questions, Judge.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Greg Lawrence.
Please also swear that affirmative testimony is given us now hearing.
Stay right there.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Gregory Lawrence, last name spelled Lowrance.
And where do you work, sir?
The Cohasset Police Department
And how long have you worked there?
since 2018.
And what are your rank and responsibilities?
Currently, I am a police officer assigned as a school resource officer to the elementary school in town.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
I was working as a patrol officer.
In what shift were you working on January 4th of 2023?
The 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. shift.
And how were you dressed for that shift?
Regular department uniform.
And where were you dispatched at approximately 11:44 a.m. on January 4th of 2023?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
Sir, can you keep your voice up, please?
I'm sorry.
Lean right into that microphone.
You can also move that a little closer to you, the microphone, if you want. Now, what was the purpose, what was your purpose of going to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
I believe it was for a well-being check.
And what did you do upon arrival to that residence?
I exited my cruiser and approached the side door of the residence.
And then what happened?
I was met by the resident of the house, Mr. Brian Walshe.
And where did you meet him?
I was on the door to the right of the main front door.
Okay. And what did he say, if anything, when you arrived?
He wanted to file a missing person report for his wife.
What was his demeanor?
He was calm, collected.
And was this interaction that you had with him recorded?
It was not.
And did Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras at that time?
We did not.
Does Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras now?
We do not.
And did he say why he wanted to report his wife missing?
He contacted her workplace and they had not heard from her, and he had not heard from her in a few days.
What did he tell you about the last time that he had seen her?
It was on January 1st, 2023.
What, if anything else, did he tell you?
That it was the morning between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. Before she took a flight back to Washington, D.C. for work.
And did he tell you where she was taking a flight from?
Logan Airport.
And did he tell you how she got to Logan Airport?
She took an Uber from the residence.
And did he say what he had done to contact her?
He had tried to call and text her, and also was reaching out to friends and coworkers in the DC area.
And did he say whether or not this was typical behavior?
It was not.
What did he say about their typical behavior?
When she is away from the family for work, they usually FaceTime frequently, so you can FaceTime with their children.
Officer Lawrence, what did you next do in regard to Mr. Walsh's missing person report?
I returned to my cruiser to go into my cruiser bag and take out a blank NCIC missing persons report form to fill out.
And what is NCIC?
It is the National Crime Information Center, a national database used for law enforcement to get information out to surrounding agencies.
So what kind of information do you need for that?
Just basic biographical information, any personal appearance information, anything that will help locate a missing person.
And were you able to compile information for that form?
Yes.
And at this point, Your Honor, I'd like to put into evidence what's been marked by agreement as Exhibit 93, the NCIC form.
Exhibit 93 is now in evidence, the NCIC form.
Thank you. And before I ask you a question about that, who gave you the information to fill out the form?
Brian Walsh.
Do you recognize Brian Walsh in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the record?
He's right there in a black suit, red tie.
Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to publish Exhibit 93, the NCIC form.
You may.
Thank you. What did the defendant tell you was the name of his wife?
Anna Walsh.
And what did he say was her date of birth?
April 12th, 1983.
Where did he tell you she was born?
Belgrade.
What information did the defendant tell you about where Anna Walsh lived?
They owned a townhouse in Washington, D.C., which she stayed at when she was down there for work.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go down. And what did he say was the address?
5334 43rd Street, Northwest.
And did he give you the Washington, D.C. and the zip
Yes.
code?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he say what her car was?
Yes.
And what was that?
A 2022 gray Volkswagen Taos.
And did he give you a physical description of her?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And what was that physical description that he gave you?
About 115 pounds in weight, 5'2" height, brown hair, brown eyes.
And did he provide you any information about her phone?
Yes, he supplied me with her cell phone number.
And well, why is the cell phone number important for you?
Then we can conduct a ping of the cell phone to determine its last known location.
And what number did the defendant give you did he also, besides her cell phone, did he also give you his cell phone number?
Yes, he did.
And what number did he give you?
617-939-8646.
And did the defendant tell you what airline Ms. Walsh was going to fly?
He said that she was flying JetBlue.
And why is that information important?
Then we can contact Logan Airport and determine if she boarded any flights for JetBlue that day.
And after obtaining the information from the NCIC form, where did you then go?
I then returned to the Courthouse Police Department.
And I should ask, did you go inside the house at that time?
I did not.
How long were you at the house?
Probably around 20 minutes.
And at some point, did you go back to the house that night?
I did.
And why did you go back to the house that night?
I returned to the residence around 6:30 p.m. For a recorded interview with Sergeant Harrison Schmidt.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Any cross?
Two questions. Had you ever been to that house before?
No, sir.
And you started working at Cohasset in 2018?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench? The witness may step down. Send you approximately 10 seconds early to your morning break. Have a good break.
All rise for the board, please. Close your notebooks.
Holy.
Either way. That's makes it easy.
Anyone need anything?
No, Your Honor.
Have a good break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Only fan, only fan, only fan.
Yeah, normally that would be one of the less interesting parts of any testimony because it gets a little, but after today, give it to me. I'll take it.
Oh yeah, we're going to be like gnawing on a bone tomorrow. Happy we've got
There
something.
is a human being talking about digital information. Yeah, but compared to today, it'll be amazing.
And
So
what do you think? Oh,
no, go ahead. I'm taking a side route. So go ahead. Let's.
Well, I kind of was too. What do you think Mom's role is in all of this?
Interesting. You should ask that question. Almost like you knew what I was about to do.
I'm like that, Michael.
We know that she too is very helpful, like paying some bills and things when it was not what they could do. I mean, I guess before Anna got the big promotion and Brian was still not working outside the home because he's a stay-at-home dad. I'm cool with that. That's great. But they're having some issues and Mom was apparently paying for rent and things like that. Right?
And yes, and I had seen someone, or I don't know if there was a comment made or something, but it's possible that mom was footing the bill and they were paying mom. And this is in defense of their situation, because I used to work in lending. And if I knew when I was underwriting a loan that this individual that is an applicant and soon to be a borrower was going to be incarcerated for a period of time and no longer have means to repay the loan, they're not getting a loan from me.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah,
and
I
so
get
I
that.
wonder if that may have played into why mom was a part of all of that.
We
So
may
I'm
hear
trying to
that.
give some forgiveness on
We
that.
may
part
hear that.
anyway.
And it's also part of the argument that we're going to hear that the divorce conversation was for the same reason. If he's going to be going up the river, he wants to disconnect himself from the family, from the assets, from anything that might hurt the family. And
Yeah,
so
divorce
that was
on paper.
the only reason, just to get a paper divorce, keeps it clean. So even somebody in your former life, you would understand the importance of that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I can remember specifically in my lending time, I had an approved loan. They were supposed to come in to sign the papers on it. And I saw on the news the night before that the woman who was running a daycare, a child lost their life in her daycare. And that prior day. And I'm like, you're not going to have a daycare to pay me back. No loan for you.
Yeah, that's
no soup for you.
No soup for you. Yeah, that's tough to justify when that's the job, is to take care of the kids. So
Yeah.
So I, of course, had the opportunity to talk to mom.
Oh boy. Let's spill the tea.
Ma'am. Michel Bryant with Justice Served TV. Have they told you when you might testify? How are you doing? Have a good night.
She's
So
not a talker.
That went well. That went well. And who knows? I'm talking to the back of her head. Maybe I had the wrong person. No, I'm sure it's the right person. Because I was sitting in court. She was right in front of me. And I've seen her, the folks shooting the trial and all the pretrial stuff were fixated on her a lot. So.
Well, I saw in pretrial hearings, she was feverishly taking notes.
Yes.
But
Gotta be in Dedham. Gotta be in Dedham.
Massachusetts if you don't have some sirens while you're trying
And
to talk.
that's engine number 4, one of the more popular engines. Wait, we'll see the paramedics anytime now soon, I'm sure. So, so anyway, what was I going to say? Something about her
taking notes in pretrial is what.
That's it. You remember there was a point during some of the pretrial motions that the court was informed that she was in the courtroom, and
yes.
And Judge Frenier basically said, "Do you want to do something about that?" And nobody would.
Yeah, like get her out of here.
Yeah, like oh well, sorry, because well, first there was confusion about whether she was on the witness list or not, and then it was confirmed that it was on one list and not the other. Blah blah blah. Well, now we know, and she's still sitting there.
She's still sitting there.
And finally, the judge, in the nicest way possible, shooed her away. She did come back a little later, so maybe it was subject specific. I can't remember, but obviously she's there now.
Yeah,
and we'll see. And she's listed as a witness, and we have every belief she will be a witness. So there are exceptions made for family members, etc., and that's probably why she's sitting there.
Yeah, I'm excited to see and hear all of the witnesses come in and all the little bits and pieces to see, because this is such a circumstantial case. And because it's such a circumstantial case, they're really going to have to, put the breadcrumbs out for the jury.
Yeah.
And I want to see how that is all going to come. The boyfriend in DC and the friends that were at the New Year's party and the mom and this friend that he talked to about his cell phone. And give me all the tea.
Yep. Well, I'm confident we'll both be there for it. And Thursday is the fast out day. boyfriend fast
Oh,
is
oh,
Thursday.
is it? Okay.
That's what they're targeting right now.
I will try to clear
Tomorrow
my
they might
calendar.
go a little bit short depending on weather, because if it's going to
Yes.
turn into a sloppy evening, she wants to get people a head start getting out of there. But who knows whether that's going to, I mean, again, I'm betting on rain, not snow. So hopefully that'll be the case and we won't have to worry about it.
Yeah, and as long as it doesn't drop in temperature, that's when it gets dicey. My Michigan days, I remember, the temperature dropping, and then you've got a mess because you have ice and
Yes. Well, fingers
impassable.
crossed. Fingers crossed that
Yes.
it stays just away for just a little bit longer. It's only December 1st. Come on. Not normally an issue this early in the season. It's not even winter yet. I think they call it meteorological winter today. That's what
Well, you would
December
know.
1st. Yeah, I never got my meteorological seal. That was before they
No
required it,
certificate, huh?
obviously. Yeah, obviously I didn't need one to do it. What was I going to ask you again? I had such a great question. Yeah, this was so weird. I walk up the stairs, and this is on the second floor. It's the big courtroom. They call it the main courtroom. 25 is the Judge Bev crime scene for both Karen Reed cases. I don't know why they call it 25. There's not 25 courtrooms in the building. But anyway, I see Yuri, not Nicholas. I did not see Nicholas Guarino. Yuri Buchanan standing.
Yes.
And I'm thinking, that would be an interest. I would have rather started with him if you wanted to get people going. At least he's entertaining, even if he's full of shit. So I see him standing there, and I'm thinking, oh, interesting. Maybe they're doing something like that, or maybe they have a series of law enforcement. They're just going to bang through a bunch of them. Before the jury comes in, after they've done a little bit of housekeeping with the attorneys, they did some stipulations on some of the other evidence. They come in, it's he and four of his associates, who I didn't actually even write down their names. I was kind of just waiting to see what happened. And it was just really for the judge to acknowledge them. I don't even know what that means or why it's important.
I think
Is it
it's a
like going to the
Massachusetts
principal's
thing.
office and you're told, I know you're now going to testify. Don't mess up. I don't understand.
I think, do they have to report and be like, present?
It seemed like that. 'Cause
weird.
they got all dressed up, ready for, they're in their Sunday best. And they just announced their names and then see you later, Judge. Because now they've heard the defense, and that was the big shocker. The defense saying, "Oh, by the way, she was dead," and he just
we know
freaked
that.
out. He just freaked out. I'd never heard that. I'd never guessed that was going to be the position they'd take. It's a desperation move, I'll tell you that. But what else are you going to do? What else? When your guy has admitted to disappearing your wife, who's still missing.
You probably should have taken a plea if they offered. Did
well,
they
they
offer
can't.
one?
They can't do that in Massachusetts. You can't plead to malice murder.
Really?
Yeah. So
what a colossal waste of money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Way to go, Mass.
Well, it's Massachusetts, so they have their own way of many things.
Yes, indeed.
So does that put them in a box and they just have no choice but to go forward? And defense says, "Hey, I got an idea. You nudged her to death." That's what happened. And that whole story, which really unfolded for the first time in opening statement, he nudged her once. She didn't respond. About 1:30 in the morning of the new year, 1/1/23. Nudged her again. Still didn't. Then nudged her and she falls off the bed. How? That's a lot of nudging, and it's very intense nudging, if true.
And I don't understand because so far most of what we're hearing is that she was in very good physical shape. So that makes it even more difficult to try to say that she had some sort of health issue. This is feeling very Chad Daybellish to me.
Yeah,
Very
yeah,
Chad Daybellish
yeah,
to me.
without the dark spirits.
Yes, but yeah, she passed away.
Well,
I don't know what
that's why they
happened.
call it, Janet, they call it an unexplained death. So now you go.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, it's not unattended.
that's probably very true. Yeah, I've decided it's going to be like SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. This is going to be unintended death syndrome. It's a whole or unexplained death syndrome. So this happens, and he's shocked. They've tried to give a little bit of credibility to the fact that she might have had some medical condition that just blew up. She wasn't feeling well on the 27th, whatever that means, and she had a cancer scare, is how it was described. Now, I'm sure we're going to get some medical records to help flesh that out. I don't know if a cancer scare is, boy, you don't have cancer, but you have a lot of markers, or yes, you do have cancer, but it's a relatively curable version. I don't know what cancer scare means, but they've planted the seed, I believe, to hope this jury says, oh, see, she had some kind of obscure health issues, and on that night, boom, that's what happened.
I'm very anxious to hear about this cancer situation. As a cancer survivor myself, I would hate to think that you just that quick drop dead on New Year's Day because it was the new year for, I guess, no other reason. And I'm very anxious and curious to see how the defense is going to weave this tale of why he panicked. Why on earth would you panic if your spouse that you love has passed away unexplainedly, and your panic is, I'm not going to call 911. I'm not going to report this. How about I dismember her body? That's what I'm going to do. That's how I'm going to handle this. I don't understand. Like that's a big mountain to climb. And I love Mr. Tipton, but that's a mountain.
Yeah, that is a tough sell. And again, desperation may be the motive. I don't know. So this happens somehow, allegedly, that night. And 3 days later, he gets a hold of the cops. And all of these interviews begin at that time, 3 days after he has disappeared his wife, because I'm not quite sure how it all happened. I think we're going to be led to believe by the prosecution that there was a dismemberment. But there's so little evidence of anything but cleanup, not the actual mechanism.
Well, isn't that part of the disinterment thing that he pled to? Is at least that is the feeling I have always gotten, is that included some sort of dismemberment piece.
It's an odd statute, not surprisingly, the way it's worded, because just if you look at the definition of disinterment, it would be to dig somebody up.
Exactly. Right.
Well, how do you get to that if there's no evidence of a body or interring somebody before you disinter them? So
exactly.
I don't know where it's going that way, but getting rid of the body is probably the broadest understanding of what they say he did. He got rid of the body, and we'll see. We got the hacksaw has already been talked about, is coming in.
Yeah.
There was a bone fragment on it that may or may not be proven to be human bone. All of those things that I thought, by pleading to the lesser charge of the disinterment, whatever that is, might have been limited somehow. And I know they've been fighting about it pre-trial. They were fighting all about it. But this Judge Frenary, who, as we all know, has great hair.
Typical man.
And she
does have good hair.
She does, yeah. And so she allowed all of the evidence in of any sort of data that extended the consent for the phones and the other electronic items that were searched. She decided those things would have been found inevitably, therefore they're all in. So with that mindset, I figured all of these issues that might be finally diced up because of the 2 charges he pled guilty to, they're probably coming in too, and let the appeals court deal with it. I think that's maybe a possibility. What do you think about that?
I was actually surprised that they were given as much leeway in openings to bring in. I mean, they're tap dancing right on the edge of just saying he pled guilty to 2 of the charges. I was very surprised by that. I'm interested to see how the Commonwealth is going to have everything unfold, because I don't have a lot of confidence in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts when it comes to trying cases. So I'm anxious for that. I want evidence. And I also am curious about, there was talk about the pool today, the
there was
icky
more
pool.
than talk about it. It was the creature from the Green Lagoon. It was a nasty looking pool. But again, we're talking about January.
I know, but it had water in it, and
it
then,
had some water, yeah,
and then it didn't. And so I have questions. Like,
well, it was very vague about when it was first seen and described versus when the picture was taken, which clearly had water drained from it. I don't know. You're right. I'm anxious to find out exactly what the time frame is.
That's hard to do. It takes some time,
Yeah, it does.
As a pool owner myself, I can tell you, it takes a hot second especially to get that much water out of there at that time of year.
Yeah. I mean, it's not something, I mean, the pool didn't look massive, but it's going to take a few hours at the very least. So I don't know, and that's one pump with a garden hose. So put a few in there. It's quicker. I don't know, but it's a good point.
And why? That's the part I don't understand. Unless he had stuff in there that he needed to retrieve to get rid of, because they're on the path, on the trail, so to speak.
And they did drag, some claw machine or something to see if there's anything in the pool, and they found nothing. But that's, even for this guy, that seems to be extremely stupid.
Hey, good morning, folks. We ain't in Kansas anymore. Back from Dedham, and we got the proverbial dusting from the storm that came blowing through. Didn't too much here, but watch out, be careful, a little slippery. Anyway, so I will be monitoring the dog. I'll be monitoring the Brian Walshe matter. Then I'll pop on probably at lunchtime today. If I can give you an update on anything else, I will. Don't forget, today is the 3rd of December. This is the day in which the SJC is supposed to look at, issue a ruling, do something with the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. When they list the 3rd as the date, they're going to consider, I don't know if that means, and I don't think anybody knows, if that's the day they're going to look at everything and then issue a ruling, or if it's just the day they're going to look at everything. So, as we know, Kelsey Fitzsimmons sits in jail while they twist on this thing. So, obviously, we'll be monitoring that and have that result for you possibly today, during the day, maybe by tonight. We'll see. Anyway, Brian Walshe with another cast of law enforcement types to be with us. What's going on? What's happening? Who is it? Who is it? It's nobody. I'm just kidding. Nobody there. Anyway, so join us. We'll be in live streaming there at 9 o'clock, and I'll pop in as available. Gotta get some stuff done now that I'm back in the real world here. So we appreciate you joining Justice Served TV, and we will see you later.
Welcome to the stage where stories unfold. Linda and Michael with courage so bold. To be the poodle and dominoes flair. Together they bring justice with care. Thank you for joining the JSTV ride, where truth and logic collide worldwide. Legal analysis with a flair so prime. Justice Served TV, it's your time. From courtroom drama to truth untold, each case of mystery and answers to unfold. With wagging tails and a steadfast team, justice prevails. with 2B and Domino on the quest, fighting for what's fair. They won't rest. Linda's sharp mind and Michael's fine. Together they untangle justice's bind. With 2B and Domino on the quest, fighting for what's fair, they won't rest.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth calls Seth Fox.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in
Watch your stuff for me.
All right.
Slide this chair in for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Seth Fox.
And how do you spell your last name?
Fox.
Thank you. Mr. Fox, what is your occupation?
I'm a subpoena compliance specialist with Lyft.
And what is a subpoena compliance specialist?
My job is to intake and respond and review subpoenas that are served to Lyft by law enforcement.
And how long have you done that job?
For 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for Lyft?
Since 2018.
And what are your, as part of your specific responsibilities, are you a custodian of records for Lyft?
Yes.
And as such, what are your responsibilities as the custodian of records?
To collect, search for and collect records that we are subpoenaed for.
And when are entities made on business records at Lyft?
At the time they're created.
And why are they made?
For purposes of privacy and security and maintaining data.
And are they made in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Lyft?
A technology company that facilitates rideshare pairings between drivers and riders through our Lyft app.
So how does Lyft work?
If you're a rider, you would go in, you would first download the Lyft app and then input your information, name, phone number, payment method, and then you can use the app to request a ride to whatever location you're going to. And it pairs you with the driver in your area.
Is Lyft a paid or free service?
Paid.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And have you previously supplied those records to us?
Yes.
And are these the records for the account information for Anna Walshe with a payment and profile for that user?
Yes.
And did Anna Walshe have an account with Lyft?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm now seeking to admit, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 94, the records of Lyft.
All right, the Lyft records for Anna Walshe are now in evidence as Exhibit 94.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Just going to show you these so you can reference them during your testimony.
Thank you.
I'm also going to ask, Your Honor, if they could be published to the jury.
They may be.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if we could start with the account. Mr. Fox, when was this account created?
This was created on May 16th of 2022.
And what phone number was associated with the account?
617-599-7966.
And how is the phone number used with Lyft?
It is, the app is through your phone, so you have to download it to your phone, and that phone number is how you create rides or request rides.
And does Lyft keep other information about the account holder's phone?
We keep information such as the IP address at the time the account was created, the phone carrier, and the app version that was used, and the operating system on that phone.
And why is that?
For data purposes, for privacy security.
What kind of phone was used here?
It was a iPhone 14-4.
And who was the carrier?
Verizon.
In addition to keeping that information, do you also keep payment method?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask you to go to the payment document. And can you tell me about the payment method in these records?
It was a Visa card, last four digits, 5421.
And finally, sir, Ms. Gilman, if you could go to the cover, were there any rides between December 30th of 2022 and January 8th of 2023 that were used by this rider?
No.
Thank you.
Any cross?
Question.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Alyssa Wimmer.
Right this way. Just watch your stuff for me. Slide this chair. Step right up. No, just step right up. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Alyssa Wimmer, Wimmer.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I work for Uber Technologies.
And what is your title?
I am one of their regional public safety liaisons.
And how long have you worked for Uber Technologies?
Approximately a year and a half.
And always in the same position?
Yes.
And what are your specific responsibilities?
My job is to assist law enforcement within my region, which includes the Northeast United States, with complex or critical safety incidents that have some sort of a nexus to the Uber platform.
And as part of your job, have you been designated as a custodian of records?
Yes.
As such, what are your responsibilities?
I am able to look at requests that law enforcement put through our portal for Uber, locate data that they are requesting, and then produce that data to law enforcement.
And when are entries made on business records at Uber Technologies?
At the time of the event or shortly thereafter.
And why are they made?
In order to maintain our regular course of business.
And are they made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Uber Technologies?
So we're more commonly known as Uber. We are a technology company that facilitates various transportation and delivery services under our platform. So we're probably most commonly known for our rideshare feature, which allows a user to access the Uber application, request a trip with a pickup location and a drop-off location, and then Uber will match that person with the driver, and the driver will transport the individual from point A to point B.
Is Uber a pay or free service?
A paid service.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And did you provide those records previously?
Uber did, yes.
And were those records for account information for 617-599-7966?
Yes.
And did Uber have an account for 617-599-7966?
Yes.
And you have seen those records?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask at this time, those were provided digitally.
Correct.
I'd ask at this time that the records, which have been marked on a thumb drive as Exhibit 95, previously marked, be the next exhibit.
And that's agreed to?
Yes, Your Honor.
The Uber records for the phone number recited are now in evidence as Exhibit 95.
Thank you. And I ask that they be published both for the witness and the jury.
You may do that.
Thank you. I'd ask that we start with response on page 2. So why are records based on a phone number for Uber?
Uber does not require individuals to provide legal verification of their identity. So a user can choose whatever display name they want on their account, but we do verify phone number and or email address. So when law enforcement is requesting data from us, we often require a phone number or an email address in order to locate the account.
And what name was associated with this account?
Anna Walshe.
And what email is associated with this account?
It's ANCILI83@yahoo.com.
And was there also a date of birth at the bottom?
So that date of birth was provided by law enforcement to Uber and as an identifier in order to search for those records. And that date of birth was April 12th of 1983.
And were there, going to the next attachment to the response, please? Were there any rides between December 30th of 2022 and January 8th of 2023?
There were 2 trips taken from that account on December 30th of 2022.
And they were, can you tell us where those were?
Well, columns G and H will tell you where the rider said they wanted to be picked up in GPS coordinates. Columns I and J will tell you where the rider was actually picked up. Columns K and L will tell you where the rider wanted to be dropped off. And columns M and N will tell you where the rider was actually dropped off.
And those are longitude and latitude?
Correct.
And those are GPS coordinates, like if you put it into Google Maps or something like that?
Correct.
And can you tell from this about payment method?
Yes. Columns O and P and Q contain information about the credit card that was used to pay for these 2 rides. Column O is going to be the first 6 digits on that credit card number. Column P is going to be the last 4 digits of that credit card number. And then column Q is the expiration date for the credit card.
And can you tell us what columns R, S, and T are?
Yes. Column R is how much the trip costs in United States currency. Column S is the distance of the trip in miles. And column T is going to be the duration of the trip in minutes.
Were any other rides taken besides these 2 rides?
Between the dates that you indicated?
Exactly.
No.
Were any other accounts registered with Uber connected to that phone number, credit card, or email?
I believe there was another account linked to that phone number, but there was no activity on it at all.
And going back to response page 2, where do you see that? Is that somewhere there?
No. I believe this request was also related to information about trips that were taken, and this account had trips on it, whereas I believe there was another account linked to this phone number that was never used, never had any trips on it at all. And
So there
therefore was
were so there were no trips for that date?
Correct.
For those dates?
Correct.
So no information was supplied?
Correct.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Cross,
Cross, Judge.
the witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Michael Kenyon.
Yes. Right this way, sir. Just watch your step. Right.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Bill.
I'm very good, sir. But my first question to you is, what's your name?
Michael Kenyon, Swampscott Police Department.
And can you spell your last name for us?
Yeah, Kenyon.
And sir, you said Swampscott Police Department. What is your rank there?
I'm an officer.
And how long have you been an officer? How long have you been with the Swampscott Police Department?
Since 2020.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 9th of 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes.
What time do you think you might have got to dispatch to 330 Paradise Road?
Sometime right around 3 o'clock.
Can you describe 330 Paradise Road for us in Swampscott?
It's an apartment complex on Paradise Road in Swampscott.
And why were you there?
I have been advised by my OIC to go up there and assist some police agencies.
And so
Voice up, sir, please. Just lean right into that
Oh, yeah, okay.
microphone and keep your voice up.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you pull it right to you, make it, there you go. So when you got there, what did you see?
Multiple police agencies. There were the Mass State Police CPAC unit was there, mass crime scene, and some representatives from Swampscott CID were there.
And were they near any areas in particular at 330 Paradise Road?
Yes.
What?
They were near the trash compactor and the dumpster.
At this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been previously stipulated to as Exhibits 90 and 91, photographs from 330 Paradise Road.
As agreed, they're now in evidence as 90 and 91.
Ms. Gilman, can we have HAS 6436, which is Exhibit 90? Sir, do you see that?
Yes.
Is that one of the two dumpsters or compactors you had the opportunity to be near at 330 Paradise Road that day?
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 91, HAS 6469? And sir, do you see this object?
Yes.
Is that what's this compared to the other receptacle you saw?
This is a trash compactor.
And so you get there, you see all these officers, and you see the two objects. What happens next?
The trash compactor and the dumpster are secured on flatbeds.
Okay. And so then what do you do?
Just advised that I was going to lead a caravan from our location to another location.
And so where was the other location you were going to go to?
It was at the time it was JRM, but it's the Republic Trash Services at 300 Forest Street in Peabody.
Okay. Now, so what do? You got this location in Peabody. What happens next?
So I lead the caravan from 330 Paradise Road in Swampscott to the Republic Trash Services at 300 Forest Street in Peabody. Upon arrival, I blocked traffic on Forest Street and allowed the caravan to enter the JRM or the Republic Trash Plant.
And you say the caravan. What was in the caravan?
Caravan was me leading the trash compactor and the dumpster on flatbeds behind me, and then multiple police cruisers being the state or crime scene, and then some Swampscott police unmarked.
And after those cruisers and the dumpster and the compactor went up to the trash spot, what did you do?
Secured the gate and went back to Swampscott to work my shift.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross?
Just one.
Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
No, I just have one question. Judge.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's my fault. With regards to the Exhibit 91, that trash compactor, do you have any knowledge of whether that had trash in it?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Sergeant Amy Waterman.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in myself?
Right this way. Just watch your step for me.
Good morning. And you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Amy Waterman, Waterman.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how were you employed in January of 2023?
I was a trooper assigned to the Massachusetts State Police.
In what unit?
The Violent Fugitive Apprehension Section, which falls under the Division of Investigative Services.
And did you go to 5334 43rd Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. on January 7th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And who did you go to that location with?
Lieutenant Michael Lopes from the Cohasset Police Department.
And do you remember approximately what time you went there on the 7th of January?
Yeah, it was approximately 11:40 a.m.
And whose home was that?
That was the home of Anna Walshe.
And did you know Anna Walshe?
No, I did not.
And why were you at her home?
We had been sent down to DC to search her residence there in regards to a missing person case.
Can you please describe that home?
It was a 3-story brick corner unit. I would call it like a townhouse, brick townhouse.
And was there any security or ring doorbells or anything like that when you got to that home?
No.
And how did you enter the home?
The basement level was a garage, and Lieutenant Lopes was in possession of a key, the key code combination for the door.
To the garage?
Correct.
Okay. And so did you go into the garage?
Yes.
And what observations were made of the garage?
There was several boxes of miscellaneous items, which there was some carpets that were rolled up. There was things you would find in a garage, like a wet vac. No vehicles were found. It was pretty neatly organized.
And were there any other rooms attached to the garage?
There was, through the door, there was a smaller room. I would call it an exercise room. There was a treadmill, a chair, and a couple other items, like a weight bench.
So besides that garage level, what did you do next?
There was an interior door that led to a stairwell that went up to the actual apartment of the townhouse.
And were you able to get through that door?
Yes.
And did you need an additional key or code or anything to get through that?
No.
And so how did you get through that? Was it unlocked for you? If you know?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And so where did you then go?
We went up a set of stairs that led to what I would call the first floor of the townhouse. It was three residential floors. So we went up to the first floor.
And can you describe that first floor, please, for the jury?
Yes, it was a main kitchen area. There was a restroom in that area, as well as like a living area, like a seating area.
Okay. And what was the condition of the kitchen?
It was very neat and tidy. Nothing really out of place.
Did you look around?
We did.
Was there anything in the fridge?
Yeah, there was some, I don't remember exactly, but there was some food items in the fridge.
And what did you see in the rest of the area of that main floor, you said?
Again, it was neatly put together. There was some miscellaneous personal items that you would typically find in a kitchen or a living area, furniture.
So it was furnished?
Correct.
And so after looking at that kitchen floor. What did you do next?
Once we took a look at that floor, we went up, ascended up the stairs to the second floor.
And when you say we, you're talking about?
Yes, Lieutenant Lopes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was anyone else with you besides?
No, it was just the two of us.
Okay. So after you finished looking at the kitchen, you said you went up to the next floor?
Correct.
And what was on, and how did you get to the next floor?
We took the stairs up, and there was another interior door that opened up into a larger area.
And what did you see there?
I would describe it as the primary bedroom. Essentially, the whole floor was one big bedroom. There was, off to the left, there was maybe described as like an office area. There was a desk and just a couple sitting chairs. That was to the left as you went in. To the right was the bed, and there was a walk-in closet. And right before the walk-in closet, there was a door to the left, which was a bathroom.
Did you make any observations of the bed?
The bed was made. There was a couple female clothing items that were on the bed.
Did you make any observations of the closet?
The closet was full of clothing, shoes, sunglasses, handbags, miscellaneous things.
Did you make any observations of men's clothing in the closet?
Yes, there was some men's clothing.
And what about the bathroom? Can you describe the bathroom?
Like the rest of the house, it was neat and tidy. There were personal items such as hair products and toothbrushes and soaps and things like that.
Was there another floor?
Yes, there was a third floor.
And how did you get to that floor?
We ascended up the stairs.
And what was on the third floor?
The third floor consisted of another restroom, another bathroom, and there were 3 smaller bedrooms.
And what observations did you make of the 3 smaller bedrooms?
They appeared to be rooms for children, all contained kids' furniture, all very nicely kept and neat. There were various toys and clothing that would tell us that it belonged to the children.
And how were the beds in those rooms?
They were made.
And what size were those beds, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. What was the general condition of the home?
Again, very neat and tidy, well organized.
And in general, did you find any paperwork or anything in the home?
We did.
And where was that generally found?
Mostly in the kitchen.
And did you find Anna Walshe in the home?
No, we did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross exam.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You've used the word neat many times
Correct.
because that's the way the townhouse
Yes,
was well organized.
correct.
So you said that you found the paperwork, documents.
Yes, sir.
You used the word primarily,
So what was the question? Oh, primarily in the kitchen. Yes.
where in the kitchen? Like,
I don't remember exactly. I believe it was, there was a countertop with some shelves underneath it. I believe that's where it was found.
okay, did you, you mentioned what, I thought I heard you say, you mentioned something like a study or a desk or something in one of the, in the.
Yes,
primary
in the
bedroom?
primary bedroom, there was a desk.
And did you go through the drawers looking for other documents?
I don't recall if we did or not.
So when you left, did you take all the documents that you found that you thought were significant?
We took some, yes.
Okay. And how did you know what kind of documents to look for, the significance of them?
Based on the address, personal documents for travel was kind of what we were looking for.
Okay. And you said that you saw some men's clothes?
Yes,
And they were in the closet?
yes.
There were no other men's clothes anywhere else that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Your Honor, before we call, could we approach?
Sure.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Peter Capozzoli.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony will give in the courthouse and in the chief of
Right this way, sir. Step up, just watch your step. Come over here, a little bit further. There you go, sir. One second. Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I'm going to ask if you pull that microphone closer to you because it's going to amplify your voice and everyone will be able to hear you. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Peter Capozzoli, Capozzoli.
And, sir, by the way, that is perfect as far as the volume. Are you familiar with Cohasset Imports?
Yes,
What is Cohasset Imports?
it's a used car dealership, sales and service.
And how are you familiar with it?
I'm the owner.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what was entered in today as Exhibit 84? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 84. Do you see at the bottom where it says Cohasset Imports?
Yes,
Now, sir, where is your home in relation to Cohasset Imports?
to the right up the driveway.
And, sir, are you familiar with 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes,
How are you familiar with it?
I own it
And how long have you owned it?
since September 2019.
And do you see 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in relation to this photograph that has Cohasset Imports on it?
Yes, I do.
And can you point it out for us, sir?
Right there,
In the middle, sir?
right here.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can't see where your finger
Oh,
is.
in the middle,
All
yes.
right, thank you, sir. Now, sir, is that your primary residence, 516?
No,
What do you do with that property?
I rent it.
And so, sir, are you familiar with the Walshe family?
Yes,
And how are you familiar with the Walshe family?
they were the last tenants that we rented to.
And now, when did you begin renting to the Walshe family?
I believe it was March of '22.
And what was the initial terms of the lease?
The first 6 months, I took less per month, I believe 4,800 a month to have them pay up front.
Yes, sir.
That was something they wanted.
Okay. And so, in how many months was the lease for?
The first one was 6 months.
And did you ever have to have another lease with them?
Yes.
And when was that?
So we extended it for the full 5,000 per month for another 6 months, I believe.
Now, during the course of the Walshe family at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, how many times did you have the opportunity to see Anna Walshe?
3 or 4 times.
And how many times would you have the opportunities to see Brian Walshe?
He brought the check every month, so I would see him each month once and then maybe another 5 or 6 times in between that.
Now, sir, do you see Mr. Walshe here today?
Yes.
Could you identify him with some article of clothing he may be wearing?
A tie with a black jacket.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Sir, as far as any kind of fixes to the property or anything like that, who would perform repairs to the property?
I did.
How often did you have to do that?
Just 3 or 4 times.
What type of things would you have to fix?
The first time was a dripping faucet. I went in, figured the problem, went back, ordered some parts, got the parts, came back and fixed it.
And besides a leaky faucet, anything else that you had to fix?
One time, there was a loose hinge on a hutch in the kitchen, and I came in on a Sunday morning and worked on that and corrected that.
Was anyone home when you fixed the hitch?
Yes.
Who was home?
Anna was home and the 3 boys.
Now, besides making those 2 repairs, any other significant repairs to the home?
Yes, one other one, in the middle of July, the AC stopped working. So I went over at night, looked at it for a few hours, checked everything I could, knew what I had, knew what I didn't have. So then I had an electrician come in the morning. He showed up, I think, at 8 o'clock. And he had, after 5 minutes, he said, "Where's the shut-off switch for the heater AC unit?" I said, "I didn't know. It was upstairs." So it was upstairs in the entryway coming in the side door, and the switch had been flipped off. That's why the AC didn't work.
All right, so pretty basic fixes.
Yes.
Now, sir, as far as the basement of the house, when you rented it, what was in the basement?
Just a few small things and a dehumidifier, maybe a small table, and 2 refrigerators that were not hooked up.
Now, and Ms. Kilman, if you could just take down that exhibit, thank you. In late December of 2022, what did you do as far as going away on a vacation?
I went to the Caribbean over New Year's.
And during that time, did you ever receive any calls from Mr. Brian Walshe?
Yes.
When?
I believe it was Thursday of the week that I was there, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the late afternoon timeframe.
And can you tell us about the conversation? What was the conversation you had with Mr. Walshe in this phone call?
Yes, so he had asked me if I had security on my building, and I said, no, not at this time. We were still in the building process, and so I said, why? And he said, well, my wife is missing. She took an Uber this morning, or was supposed to take an Uber this morning to go to DC for work. And we haven't found her, and she didn't show up in DC.
Did he tell you what time she left?
I think in the 4 to 5 range in the morning.
Now, and you said that your building was under construction. What building was being worked on?
Cohasset Imports.
And did you tell him about any other places that might have cameras?
Yes, so next door north of me, there's a home, and I thought he might have security. So I mentioned the name and said you could check with him.
Now, sir, on the lease you had with the Walshe family, are you familiar with that lease?
Yes.
One moment. Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
Mr. Capizoli, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, that's the lease.
And, Your Honor, I'd seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
I think the next one is 96. The lease for 516 Chief Justice Highway is in evidence as Exhibit 96.
So back to the 96.
Directing your attention to page 4 under tenant. Can you state who the tenant is of the lease and the address affixed to that?
Yes, Diana Walshe, and the address is 330 Paradise Road, apartment 1320 in Swampscott, Mass.
And, counsel? Here I am, approach one more time.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Capizzoli, I'm handing you a photograph. Sir, do you recognize the room of that the photograph's taken in?
Yes.
Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Well, I think it's Anna.
Okay. And the room, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the room that you recognize?
Yes.
And what room is it that you recognize?
It's the living room or den. Yep.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? Photo is now in evidence as Exhibit 97.
Your Honor, if the Commonwealth may publish briefly.
Yes?
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have still 3? Mr. Capizzoli, how do you recognize this is the living room?
So when you walk in the front door, it's the room to the left. It's the only room that had a rug. It's the only room downstairs that has a fireplace.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. And Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Yes?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, sir, I neglected to ask you this. When you rented the home to the Walshe family, was it furnished?
Yes, partially furnished, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Sorry, Judge.
Sorry, I was in my typing mode. Go right ahead.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
You were talking about the property in Cohasset, and one of the rooms we're talking about was the basement.
Yes,
Am I correct that the basement wasn't furnished?
correct.
It wasn't properly heated?
No heat, just from what comes from the boiler, right?
Okay. And there wasn't a washer and dryer down there?
No,
There wasn't a playroom for kids?
no,
There wasn't a rug, it was just a cement floor?
yes,
And the basement not only had access to the house, but it also would have had access to get outside of the house, like
Ye-
a bulkhead?
a walk-through door, a regular door, yes.
Okay. You had also mentioned, I believe, Mr. Connor introduced the lease, and that lease was in Diana Walsh's name?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, that was Mr. Walsh's mother?
yes,
And the first 6 months of the lease, that was paid in full
yes,
by Mrs. Walsh, Mrs. Diana Walsh?
yes.
And were you looking to, was your intention to rent that property in smaller increments? Or that's just what came to you with the Walshes that time?
That's what came to me.
Okay. And in speaking to the Walshes, it was your understanding that the reason they were looking for short-term housing was because the family was planning to relocate to Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And after the 6 months, they approached to extend the lease, right?
Yes.
And what month was that, do you remember?
August or September, something in that.
2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when they first came to you to extend the lease, they only wanted to extend it for 3 months.
Yes,
And that was because their trip to DC was impending, was coming up.
yes,
Okay. And your understanding was that when Mr. and Mrs. Walsh and their 3 young children went to DC, that Diana Walsh might move in and take over.
yes,
And it sounds like you didn't want to do such a short lease, so you agreed to do 6 months.
yes,
And during those 6 months, you mentioned that Mr. Walsh would bring you the rent check, right?
yes,
But the rent was being still paid by Diana Walsh, his mother.
correct, yes,
And that was $5,000 a month?
yes,
Okay. You had mentioned that you had done a couple repairs to the property as a landlord?
yes,
Okay. And one of the things that you mentioned is there was a leaky faucet.
yes.
And something like a leaky faucet, is that something that the Walshes would be financially responsible to fix?
No,
Because that's just normal wear and tear of the home?
yes,
And I think the second thing you said was there a hinge on a hutch that was loose?
yes,
And that was something that you could just go over with a screwdriver?
I had to replace the hinge.
Okay.
Mhm.
And is that something that was normal wear and tear, or did the Walshes damage that and they would have to pay for it?
Probably wear and tear, but it could have opened too far and broke the hinge, not sure.
Okay.
Yep.
In the lease, or your understanding, would there be some damage that the Walshes could have done to the home that they would have to be financially responsible for?
Yes.
So, for example, if a large hole in the ceiling happened during their tenancy, you wouldn't run over there and get up on a ladder and drywall the ceiling and fix a hole yourself.
No, I wouldn't.
And that would be something that isn't regular wear and tear, right?
I would say that's not regular wear and tear, no.
Okay. So that would be something that the Walshes would be responsible for paying for and covering.
Sure, if they actually did it, if it wasn't something that the house had control over, yes.
Okay. And you had mentioned that other than the rent check, that you would see Mr. Walshe, when you say 5 or 6 times, do you mean 5 or 6 times a month, or do you mean 5 or 6 times over the course of the lease?
Over the course of the lease, yep.
And would you ever see him with any of his 3 little boys?
No, not outside the house, no.
Okay. And you said you saw Anna Walshe on a couple of occasions?
Yes,
And that was with Mr. Walshe or by herself and the boys?
by herself,
Okay. Nothing further. Your
with the
Honor.
boys, I'm sorry, by herself
Okay.
with the boys.
By
yeah.
herself with the boys.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And the Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mark Selvaggi.
Do you solemnly swear or do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you speak in the South
I do. Right this way, sir. Just watch your step for me. Step all the way in. Get this chair in for you. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Mark Selvaggi. It's Selvaggi.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I sell life insurance.
And are you affiliated with any life insurance company?
Yes,
Which one?
New York Life.
How long have you been selling life insurance?
A little over 10 years.
And in that 10 years, have you always been affiliated with New York Life?
Yes.
Now, sir, who is Nancy McLoone?
She's a colleague of mine.
And what is her responsibilities within your office?
She fills out our applications, does our underwriting requirements, traffics the cases through underwriting.
And where is your office located?
1050 Hingham Street, Rockland, Mass.
And besides Ms. McLoone, who else is in the office?
Half a dozen other agents.
Okay. And what are your responsibilities in the office?
Speak with clients, talk to them about life insurance, protection.
So there's some clients I'd like to ask you about are Brian and Anna Walshe.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Anna Walshe?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with Anna Walshe?
I was introduced to her through Brian.
Okay. And how did you become familiar with Brian Walshe?
Brian came to me as a client that was a lead that was solicited, and I reached out to him. It was a local address, and asked him, he was looking for life insurance.
When did this occur?
I believe in July of 2021.
And when did you get introduced to Anna Walshe?
I don't remember specifically. It was during COVID, so it might have been happenstance during a Zoom conversation.
Okay. And were you ever able to sell Anna Walshe any insurance policies?
Yes.
What did you sell her for insurance policies?
I sold her 2 life insurance policies. I sold.
Okay. So let's talk about the 2 life insurance policies. Sir, what were you able to sell her as far as life insurance policies?
I was able to sell her a term policy and a whole life policy.
Okay. What is a term life insurance policy?
Term life insurance is a type of life insurance product that is good for a preset amount of time. It was approximately a 20-year term product that was for $1 million.
And now that was for $1 million. What was the other policy?
I sold her a whole life policy that was for $250,000.
Can you tell us what is the difference between a whole life policy and a term policy?
Sure. A term policy is renting a block of insurance for a pre-agreed upon amount of time. It could be anywhere from a year to as long as 30 years. And if you don't pass away during that duration, the insurance company, the contract ends, the insurance company doesn't pay anything out. A whole life policy, kind of like the name implies, lasts your whole life. And unfortunately, all of us someday will pass, and whole life policies pay out 100% of the time. They cost more. They can be paid up during your working years and have it last the rest of your life. But you also have the opportunity to access all the cash value that the policy accumulates and can use it as a deferred savings vehicle.
And Your Honor, at this point in time, I would like to offer two policies and the attachments that were included with them from New York Life in the names of Anna Walshe. They're in manila folders. They are policies ending in 8840 and 5836.
No objection, Your Honor.
The New York Life policy ending in 8840 is now marked in evidence as, and is in evidence as 98. And the policy, New York Life policy ending 5836 is now in evidence as Exhibit 99.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with Exhibits 98 and 99?
You may.
Thank you. We'll put them on together. Excellent, sir. All right, showing you Exhibit 98. At the top of the first document, can you tell us what it says?
Sure.
What is that?
This is a term policy. This is a policy brief for Anna.
Okay. And does it have, for Anna, does it list the amount for the term policy?
Sure. It lists the face amount of $1 million.
And on the fourth page, does it list who the beneficiary is of that policy?
It does. Yes, it does.
Who is the beneficiary of that policy?
Brian Walshe.
Now, when was that policy purchased? Or better question is, when did it go into effect?
Sure. The policy date is May 17th, 2021.
And the next document that's within that folder, can you tell us what this document is with the binder clip attached?
This is the application.
And so, application, what is that?
This is what is required to secure a life insurance policy.
And so, to secure a life insurance policy, do you have to do anything as far as your medical information?
Sure.
Tell us what it is?
Sure. So you'd fill out a application, which really gives the insurance company permission to do the due diligence on you and your health.
And so there's actually a release in there for them to get your medical records, isn't that correct?
So there's a HIPAA authorization.
Now, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 99 and ask you to take a look at that and open it up to the first document.
Okay.
And what is that, sir?
This is a policy brief of the whole life policy for $250,000 on Anna Walshe.
And for Anna Walshe, when did this policy go into effect?
The policy date is June 28th, 2021.
And, sir, regarding that policy, does that also list who the beneficiary is?
Yes, it does.
And could you tell us who the beneficiary is?
I can. It's Brian Walshe.
Now, sir, in addition to that first document you referenced, is there also a similar document within the file with a binder clip for those records?
Yes.
And what is that document, sir?
This is a life application.
And so is that just like the application you just told us about for the other policy?
Yes, it is.
And with that application, is there also a release of documents to New York Life from medical providers?
Yes, there is.
Now, was there any difficulty in obtaining Anna Walshe life insurance?
No.
In Your Honor, may we approach about one small issue?
Sure.
Thank you.
George, I'm going to send you out of the courtroom for a little bit. I need to do something outside of your hearing. It may turn out that you go straight through to lunch, and then I may have you come back before the 2 o'clock hour. That's going to depend on whether you have food or not. We'll see. So just hold tight, Jury. You can go back to the jury room right now.
All rise for the court, please. Follow me.
Yes. Yeah, how about that? Thanks.
You may proceed. 1 second. Yes.
So, Mr. Salvage, I'm just going to do a document. I'm going to ask you to tell us what it is.
Personal health history,
And who is it for?
Anna Walshe.
And sir, how are you familiar with this document?
This is something that my colleague does mostly, fills out on people's health histories. It's a part of the application process.
And so if someone doesn't fill it out, what happens to getting life insurance?
Then they don't get life insurance.
Once it's filled out, what's done with the document as far as forwarding it to New York Life?
It's electronically submitted to the underwriters for their consideration and for an offer.
Why do you have a personal health history filled out for life insurance?
Because your health is what determines the overall cost of your insurance and also if you're eligible to receive insurance.
And after this document was filled out and forwarded to New York Life, what was determined as far as a policy for Ms. Walsh?
She was approved.
And were there any concerns that New York Life had with her health proving that?
No, she received a excellent health rating.
And sir,
How do you know that?
Every policy receives a health rating. Basically, Your Honor, we rate everyone's health on a scale from 1 to 37. 1 is as good as you can be. 37 is as poor as you can be and still be accepted. And she received a number 1 health rating.
And is that in the documents that you're looking at right now?
It's not on this one, no.
Where do you know that from?
It's on the policy itself. It's on the policy brief that was just handed to me a moment ago.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption.
Sir, in addition to filling out that document, are there any other requirements for follow-up with medical professionals or review of records after a person attempts to buy life insurance through New York Life?
Yes, there's a telephone interview component where they, on a recorded line with a representative of the company, they ask them a series of questions, lifestyle questions, have you ever questions. It's about a half-hour long telephone interview that is also part of the underwriting process, in addition to a medical requirement where we send out an examiner for a blood and urine sample, vital signs, things of that nature, and then they request a copy of the medical records from the attending physician, called an attending physician statement.
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
I'm sorry?
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
And sir, that document, is it signed?
This is voice signed by Anna Walshe, yes.
And so what does it mean to be voice signed?
It means at the conclusion of the interview that she conducted over the telephone, she consented to an electronic signature.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross?
Thank you.
I'm going to give this to counsel. Yeah.
Sharing. So this form that you were just looking at, do I understand that Anna Walsh supposedly filled this out herself?
I believe it was done through a telephone interview. I wasn't part of that.
Okay, so when you say a telephone interview, you mean someone interviewed purportedly Anna Walsh about these questions?
Yes.
So it wasn't a doctor that was reporting this information to you?
No.
And I think you had just said that if you don't go through this process, you can't get the life insurance, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this information on this form came from reportedly Anna Walsh over the phone.
Yes.
Okay. And these records don't have any attachment from a medical doctor signing off that she was in, as you say, great health in March of 2021.
It doesn't have any medical records attached to it.
So no medical corroboration to the assertions made purportedly by Anna Walsh in March of 2021.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
So you said earlier that, they give a blood and urine sample, somebody comes to the house. And then you also said that something about they have to sign a release for their medical records?
Yes,
And can you tell based on the documentation if that was done in this case?
it was.
And then once you have that release, what happens?
They
How do you
write,
access the medical records?
the company does it through a third-party vendor, and they receive a copy of the attending physician statement. We call it an APS.
And where does that go?
It goes to the underwriter.
And is that records that you have?
I don't.
I don't mean, do you have them with you now? I mean, do you keep those records?
We're never privileged to that information, Your
It
Honor.
all goes to the underwriter?
Correct.
Different entity than you?
Correct.
And you mentioned earlier in your direct that there's a woman that works with you. I got the phonetic as Nancy McGloom.
Yes.
Might be about 75% correct. Is she the person that you said you didn't do this over the phone with Anna Walshe, but that somebody else did?
She's not the person, no, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Is there another person in your office that does that?
No, it's direct from the underwriter, from the home office of New York Life. There's to make sure it's sort of the best information it could be, they do it themselves.
Right. Anything else anybody wants in on after I've asked these
Your
additional
Honor.
questions? All right, so I'm not going to allow it in right now
Yes,
on this record. If it becomes relevant on a rebuttal case, depending on what the defense, if the defense puts on a case and what they do, in order to get this in, you're going to need to, well, you probably, honestly, you'd be asking to get in something else, which is like her medical records through a doctor and not through this way. But I'm not going to let it in right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So. All right, bring them back out. Keep working.
Your Honor, would I be permitted to ask the witness on the jury about the medical rating?
About the what?
Medical rating?
Yeah, that's on the form. It's already in evidence. You can object, but it would seem to me that that is already on a document that's been admitted.
Question, Judge.
All right.
All rise, jurors entering. Court back in session. You may be seated.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Approach the witness with exhibits 99 and 98. Sir, is there a medical rating that's assigned to a person who buys life insurance from New York Life?
Yes,
How is that determined?
it's a culmination of the underwriting. So your health rating is determined based on your gender. Oh, your health rating is not determined on your gender. That's an incorrect statement. It's determined on your health and the way they evaluate your health.
And so how does New York Life evaluate someone's health when they're buying life insurance?
They use an underwriting scale, everything from your BMI, your body mass index, height, weight, blood pressure, medication you're on, high-risk activities that you might participate in, your job sometimes can even factor into your health rating.
How does New York Life find out this information?
Through underwriting, through the telephone interview, through a copy of your medical records and through their recorded telephone interview.
How do they get the medical records of someone purchasing life insurance?
They request them through a HIPAA authorization that's in the application from the person's primary care physician and any other physicians that they are under the care of.
And is there a scale in which someone can be rated by New York Life for their health rating?
Yes,
What is the scale, sir?
it starts out, the best rating you can receive is called select preferred, and then it goes preferred, and then it goes preferred 2, then it goes non-smoker, then it goes non-smoker, table 1 through 13, then it goes to standard or select standard, which is usually a healthy smoker. Then there's standard, which is a smoker, and then there's standard, table 1 through 13. And all of those, if you think of it like a ladder, like 1 through 37, every single rung represents a higher risk class, and it subsequently changes the cost of your insurance.
So the healthier you are, the less you have to pay for insurance?
Yes.
And what was Anna Walsh's rating on those policies for the health rating for New York Life?
Select preferred.
And what number would that be?
That's the highest level you can receive.
So she was the healthiest.
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may?
Oh, in addition, sir, when collecting information, does New York Life, through its underwriting process, get any samples from someone who's applying for life insurance?
Yes.
What do they get?
They'll send a professional, I forget what it's called, paraprofessional, something like that, to do a blood draw, urine sample, and vitals, height, weight, blood pressure.
Does New York Life give life insurance if that's not the form?
Yes.
Was it done in this case?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
I think it's just gross.
Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
You were just talking about the health rating. I just want to talk to you a little bit about that, okay? So the health rating, that's a New York Life health rating.
Yes.
And so is that like someone in risk assessment and underwriting determines the scale that you just talked about?
Yes.
So it's not a medical professional or a doctor reviewing this information and giving this arbitrary number to someone who's applying for insurance?
I don't know who that person is, so I can't tell you.
You had mentioned that when Ms. Walsh applied for life insurance, part of it is this health assessment, right?
Yes,
And this was in March of 2021?
I believe so.
Do you need to look at the record? Would that help?
Probably.
I think they're right in front of you.
Okay.
Take your time.
Looks to be February 2nd, 2021.
Okay. After February, you said 2nd of 2021, you didn't have any follow-up records, interviews with Anna Walsh about her health?
No.
You had mentioned that someone goes and draws blood and does a urine test.
Yes.
What does the blood test, what does that look for? What does it test for?
I don't fully understand, but the things that it does push out that are common are as if there's evidence of nicotine, if they're smoking or using nicotine. It'll show if cholesterol levels is usually the types of things they're looking for. They're looking for abnormalities. I don't really quite frankly understand what they're looking for.
And then you said a urine test. What are they looking for in the urine test? That drugs and alcohol, illegal drugs, I'm assuming, and alcohol?
Nicotine.
And nicotine, okay. Is there any type of analysis of the person's pulmonary system, their lungs and their heart capacity?
I don't know.
You don't know. Is there any type of evaluation of their neurological system?
I don't know.
And the February 2021 rate that you're talking about, I think you said that part of this health assessment, this number you give, is based off an interview with the person?
Part of the underwriting is a telephone interview, yes.
Okay, a telephone interview with the person trying to get insurance.
Yes,
And I think you already said it, but you can't get life insurance if you don't go through this process.
correct.
Okay. And I think you had also said that the healthier you are, the cheaper your premiums can be, or the cheaper you have to pay, which makes sense.
Yes,
Okay. So it's beneficial to someone when they're applying for life insurance to hopefully be at least reporting or be in the best shape physically, and I guess physically, that's the way to say it maybe.
yes,
Okay. And I think you said that you asked them about if they engage in any high-risk activities, right?
that's part of the telephone interview. I don't ask that, but the company does, yes, yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming the reason you asked if there's any high-risk activity is to see if they live a lifestyle where they're maybe more likely than someone else to get injured or killed.
Correct.
So bungee jumping
Bingo.
is a no for me. It's just, okay. So the only way that you might find out if someone is engaging in high-risk behavior is if they told the underwriter on this telephone interview.
That's one of the ways, yes.
So if someone did engage in arguably high-risk or dangerous behavior and they didn't report it to you, you wouldn't know.
Correct.
You had mentioned that Anna Walshe had two different policies. One was a term and one was a whole.
Yes,
Now, am I correct that it's common for young married couples or people with children to come and get life insurance?
yes.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you just to lean into that microphone a little bit. I think that I'm having a hard time, so I'm not sure. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, and when married couples come to get life insurance, is it more common that the other spouse is the one that's the beneficiary?
Very common.
Okay, so if the husband gets it, it's the wife. If the wife gets it, it's the husband.
Yes,
Okay. And if they have minor children, is it still that the spouse is the beneficiary because they're going to be using that money for the care and protection of the children?
yes,
Okay. Your company, New York Life, you guys also do financial planning and retirement planning, like that's kind of the whole company? Okay. And so is life insurance, and we'll talk about the difference between whole and terms, life insurance is a type of financial planning and thinking about retirement in the future, right?
yes,
And so it's something, again, families, married couples, it's common that they come to you for this.
yes,
Okay. Now, a term life insurance policy, that's something where you pay monthly, and if you die, the benefits get paid out.
yes.
Okay. But is there a way that you can have a term life insurance policy and that can get converted into another type of policy where you can take loans off it or it can grow a cash value?
Yes,
Okay. And so even a term can start as something that isn't worth anything unless someone dies, and you can turn it into some type of investment or access to finances.
yes,
Okay. Now, a whole term or a whole policy, that's a little bit different, right?
yes,
And so I am definitely going to fumble this because numbers is just not my thing, but this is where you can have a whole life insurance policy and you can borrow off of it.
correct.
So if I have a whole life insurance policy and something unexpected happens or an expense comes up, I can actually borrow off this policy.
Yes,
And am I also correct that if you do borrow off this policy, there's a tax advantage or a tax break? It's like a 401k tax you pay? You explain it to me.
you can borrow the cash value without paying tax on the accumulation value.
And in the whole policy that Anna Walshe had, who would be eligible to take a loan off that policy?
The owner of the policy, who was Anna.
So even Mr. Walsh, who's her husband, he couldn't sign and take a loan off that whole policy without her?
Correct.
Okay. Considering that these policies have some financial value to them, does divorce ever play a role in policies and paying out on a life insurance policy, a home policy? Is divorce something that clients have ever asked you about? That's probably a better question.
Is divorce, I don't understand the question. Okay, sure.
So if a whole policy has cash value and people are married, if people are going to get divorced, is there ever a question in any of your clients' minds? Well, hey, I've been paying off Bill's policy for 8 years. I should have some of that.
Yes.
Objection.
Set the foundation.
So you had told us that some of these life insurance policies are an asset. It's a way to build cash, build for retirement, and you can access money from, right?
Yes.
And if someone, and you might see a whole policy where 2 people are married.
Yes.
Okay, so if one spouse has a whole policy, you told us that they're the only one that can actually sign the paperwork to get assets off of it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and on a whole policy, I'm assuming you have to pay a premium every month.
Yes.
And so, have you ever had to talk to a client or a prospective client about how divorce could affect who owns access to that policy, or is it a non-issue?
Objection.
You can answer. Have you ever discussed it with another client, any client?
Yes.
You had mentioned that Anna had a policy. My understanding is, I think you said that you got to Brian Walsh off a lead off the internet?
Yes.
So that means he was looking for insurance, and does he pop in something and you see it and you give it a call?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that when Mr. Walsh initially contacted you, he wanted the insurance?
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Let me just miss, oh, sorry. Ben. So initially, when you followed up on this lead, Mr. Walsh had applied for health insurance through you.
Insurance.
Excuse me, life insurance. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And he was rejected. And he was rejected because he had a felony conviction from his federal court case.
No.
Why was he rejected?
He had a pending case.
Apologies. So it was because he had a pending federal case.
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't just stop at that one application. Am I correct that you applied to several other policies or companies to try to get him life insurance?
Yes.
All right. And I think at one point, did you even reach out to other colleagues for help and how to get him life insurance?
Yes.
And it's at that point where he was consistently being rejected in 2021 that it was an afterthought, like, hey, we're going to go with Anna and get her insurance.
Objection.
Sustained.
During the time that Mr. Walsh was applying for life insurance, during that time frame, Anna Walsh never applied for life insurance.
I'm not sure.
Well, what do you mean you're not sure? She didn't apply with it through you.
She applied, I don't know when the one search for Brian's life insurance ended and where hers began. I don't know if the two overlapped.
Okay. But her, as you say, her search for life insurance was an afterthought when you were working with this family.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I be seen at sidebar?
Yes, you may.
So you were a life insurance salesperson?
Yeah.
Okay. So then your job is you meet with clients and families and try to sell them insurance that they need and want.
Yes.
Okay. And it's not uncommon, or probably it's more common, that you work with couples, married couples, people with children, right?
Yes.
And so these life insurance policies, they're for the benefit of the family as a whole.
Yes.
Okay. So in this situation, you had told us that Mr. Walsh numerous times applied for life insurance policies and was consistently denied because of his pending federal case, correct?
Yes.
And you're working with the family at this time.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that when you were going through this with Mr. Walsh, actually, he even referred you to other friends and colleagues of his.
Yes.
Objection.
I think it's time to go to lunch.
So close.
You were so close.
Have a nice lunch, sir.
All right, please. Close your notebooks, follow me.
This is a
Anybody need anything?
No, Your Honor.
Have a nice lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Hey, welcome to the mobile studio. JSTV TV, Michel Bryant here. Somewhere in the area where the weather is passing through, and it's a little nasty out, so I'm taking this comfort ride. Anyway, not sure if you had a chance to see some of the Brian Walsh case today, but oh wait, where'd I put my microphone? Oh, there it is. There. I don't know. I'm not sure what we're hearing right now. But anyway, Brian Walsh, Scott McGinnis, come on.
Justice, where are you? Michael and Linda are here.
Love you, Linda.
World is justice. Will we ever find justice?
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing
Will
"Oh
we
Happy
know
Day."
justice when we see it? To be and Domil, I lead the way. Hoping justice will win the day. Missionary clues, finding justice where we can. Join us now, we're on the run. Justice is waiting, we'll see it done.
Well, all righty then. Welcome in. Good to have you along. It's nice and warm and toasty in here. I hope you're warm and toasty where you are as well. Scott McGinnis coming up in just a minute. But before we do that, before we get into the Brian Walsh extravaganza from the dead. Okay, just a quickie here. Whoops, let me fix that. There we go. Yeah, service has been accepted in the now federal case filed by Karen Reed against the usual suspects, the McCabe, Albert, Higgins. Proctor, Buchanan have both accepted service through their respective attorneys. So that's in the federal case. Remember, it was removed to federal court. I'm not so sure it's something that the defendants really wanted. Once they think it through, once they see how this plays out, much faster process. But nonetheless, that's what's happened. And we'll, of course, keep an eye on that as it continues to unfold. And it will unfold much more quickly in federal court than it ever might in state court. Okay. So anyway, we had the opportunity to spend the day in court again in Dedham. And the Brian Walshe case started slowly because it ended slowly yesterday. And that was with all.
Get that guy out of here. Get him out of here. Hey, sorry, but juggling a few things here that I thought we might want to talk about. Some of them, let me grab this over here, have to do with the Brian Walshe case, not surprisingly, since we're covering that, but also the Karen Reed civil case. More paperwork been filed there. And, of course, couldn't possibly be about anything but the fight over Michael Proctor's phone. So I do want to get to that. Let's talk first about Walshe. Much better day today, just in terms of, keeping it going. Even if the witnesses were not necessarily the most powerful, the most, momentous. Are you okay there? Dog's hanging out here, if you don't mind. But at least, things are moving, and it keeps the jury engaged. Let's talk about this last guy who just got off the stand, and he's not quite done. The judge called lunch in the middle of one of the many objections, but I'm pretty sure that Mark Salvaggi had no idea what his day was going to be like. This guy's the life insurance salesman, right? And, just imagine your day as a life insurance salesman. You go in the office, you answer some calls, you fill out some forms. You don't get grilled, generally. In fact, I think you probably go into that business because kind of low key, it's a sales position, but still, nobody's on your ass all day. So this guy's getting it on the stand, and for very good reason, because of the defendant's position that Anna Walshe just kicked the bucket out of the middle of nowhere. So not only is life insurance always a motivation for murder, it just is, but in this case, where it is not only a last-minute part of the story, but also so bizarre, where if you believe the defendant, she just died for no apparent reason, unexpected. I'm calling it UDS, unexpected death syndrome. Could also be unexplained death syndrome. You can go either way with that. And so as we're going through this life insurance, it has twofold very important impacts on this case: motive and the cause of death, because we don't know, nobody knows exactly how she died. Even if she was dismembered and then disappeared by Brian Walshe, nobody but Brian Walshe knows how she died. So let's look at some of the questions that this guy was being asked. First of all, the basics about the insurance policies. There are two policies: one a term policy, one a whole life policy. The term policy for $1 million, the whole life for $250,000. Let me give you my free insurance purchasing advice here. Whole life is for suckers. Sorry. It has an investment component to it, so that let's say you're paying on that whole life insurance policy, which always costs more than term life. You're paying on that for 10 years. And over the course of that 10 years, you build up equity, you build up cash value, right? Which if you lose your job or somehow change your financial circumstances, that pile of money can then be used to continue paying your premiums without coming out of your pocket. So that all sounds great. The fact is, as an investment, it's slightly better than throwing your money in the street. You can put it in a safe deposit box or just a normal bank account if you want, or a small T-bill, something get you a couple of percentage points. But generally, whole life as an investment vehicle is bad. So buy your term insurance, and then the difference between the two, put that into some other traditional financial vehicle. I am not a financial advisor, no, and I would never sell financial advice. I'm just sharing some of my personal life experience and having worked with some of the best experts, both in cases I've tried and in life, that I've learned the hard lesson, which is whole life sounds so good, it is bad. Okay, go with term life if you're going to do it. The term life, again, in this case was $1 million, 20-year term. It's a term life. So at the end of 20 years, if the insured has not died, in this case the insured Anna Walshe,
then there's no payout. Everybody goes their separate ways. The difference would be in a whole life, it would continue until that person is gone, and then there would be a payout. Again, the cost for that kind of coverage, not worth what you're giving up in terms of investing that money elsewhere. You can do much better. So I think it's interesting. Brian Walshe could not get coverage because of his pending legal situation. At the time that he was talking to the insurance folks, his case had not been resolved, and therefore, talk about a pending situation. And that's some insurance companies, they're not in the business to pay you money. That's not their job. Their job is to collect your money and do everything they can to avoid paying you. So when they're evaluating you to determine whether you're a good risk or a bad risk, they're looking at everything that could possibly mean they're going to have to pay you. And everything they see that says, oh, we might have to pay this guy, that hurts your chances of getting insurance or paying the best possible price. So in this case, you got a guy who could go away to prison, and people die in prison. It's not very good for your health. That's bad. That's bad. So a lot of policies, at least New York Life, they basically say, we ain't going to do that. We're just not going to do it. We're not going to write you up. Now, we didn't learn through this guy whether he approached other companies first. Don't know. I would think he probably did. And there are probably, Dave's insurance company, maybe he'll write a policy on somebody that's going to prison. The premium's going to be outrageous. The payoff's going to be lower. But I'm sure if you look hard enough, you look under enough rocks, you're going to find somebody that will write insurance on somebody who's going to prison. It's just going to be, the terms are going to be brutal. So they decide, okay, let's work on Anna. That's not an unusual situation. So she goes in February of 21, and she opens up the two policies, okay? I don't see anything nefarious about, let's get the policy now on her life instead of Brian's. Pretty good reason they didn't get it on Brian's life. Under traditional terms, under money that would have been, reasonable under their financial conditions. And believe me, now that we know that Diane Walshe not only was keeping the rent payment up to speed, but she gave him 6 months, a chunk right out of the box to get that house that they lived in on the worst. It has the worst street address ever. I write it down just because I can't believe somebody decided to name a street. Hold on. I know you guys probably know it better than I do. It's just every time I write it down, it's just so clunky. 516 Chief Justice Cushing, is that it? Highway. Anyway, can we just call it 516 CJ? Can we just do that? That's the house that was being rented. And then when the guy took the stand, talk about some of the guys who took the stand today. He was, let me see, not the trash guy. The guy, Cohasset Imports. Peter Capozzi, what is it? Capozzoli, hey, Paisan. I thought this guy's, when he sits down, I think this guy's a shrink. This guy is some sort of high-level medical professional. Not that there's anything wrong with selling cars. And then he said he was, involved in the car sales. I thought, this relates somehow to the attempt to buy a Porsche. And it is Porsche. There are two syllables there for Anna, because remember, that was a whole discussion, which I'm sure we're going to hear more about. But no, this is the guy that owns the house they happen to live in. So Diana Walshe pays the 6 months up front. Having been a landlord many times, there is some benefit to that. There is some attractiveness to that. So if I'm renting you a home for $5,000 a month, and you say, look, we'll give you $4,500 and we'll pay you 6 months ahead of time, I would do that. I would do that. The certainty of having that income has value, because I've had people, nicest little family in the world. They rent a house from me, and after 3 months, they haven't paid, and I go over it, and they've vacated the property, which at least is a plus. They're out, and they've trashed the joint. So to get that kind of stability up front is always a good thing as a landlord. And this guy was willing to do that. When they came back in September, they only wanted 3 months because, again, the plan was to relocate everybody to D.C. That was the plan. And he wouldn't do a 3-month lease. Again, I don't blame him for that. It was a further 6-month lease, and it was a month to month. There was no upfront payment in that case. But Diana Walshe still paid. Brian Walshe was the courier for mommy's money. He would just meet the landlord, and here, my mom gave me this and said I should pay you. And then she would handle the rent. Oh, I know. I'm going to show while we're talking about that place. Let me bring this up because it became such an important part of a lot of pretrial conversations. And even this morning, or was it yesterday when I was there, they talked about the rug. Okay, this is a horrible screen grab. Let me see if I can help. This is, this is a bizarre picture, first of all. This picture is of Anna Walshe on the rug in the house. If you looked at the whole picture, one or more of the kids are there, wandering around, bouncing around. And they wanted to use this, prosecution wants this in because of this rug. Now, this picture that we're seeing is a little blown out. Like, does that rug mean much to you in that form? I think what they've got and what the jury will see is much better than that. This just looks like a solid color, greenish kind of rug. I think it has more detail than that. But the importance is the court didn't want this muddied up with family photos, kids running. I mean, it's irrelevant to the reason they need it. They need it so they can show that the rug they found later in bits and pieces or rolled up or trashed is this rug. That's all. That's it. So the court wants to limit this extraneous stuff, i.e. even Anna Walshe laying in sort of a yoga position. I think she's playing with the kids is what the bigger picture shows. But it's just kind of a bizarre picture to just see the person who is the victim that we know and the jury will know has been dismembered and disappeared is, let's just say at the very least happier days. But that's the rug. That's the rug they wanted to make sure that this jury saw before they hear evidence of the rug found later in the trash. Okay, so, let me go through a couple of other witnesses here. And I do want to look at, there's been a notice in the Karen Reed case. Karen Reed had asked for the Norfolk County DA's office to give them all of the Proctor phone information. Everybody wants the Proctor phone information. I may ask for it, just for the hell of it. A FOIA request. But that's not what the Norfolk County DA's office says. They're opposed. And they're not a party. Remember, they're not a party to the civil action. So we're going to go into that. It's relatively short, very interesting, and I think it's worth a little bit of our time during the lunch break here. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen during lunch, too, because clearly they haven't finished with this guy, and they've got objections to this testimony. And it's primarily the fact that he's not a doctor. He has people filling out forms that relate to health evaluation that they aren't doctors. So what is the value of this #1 rating, right? The insurance company rates you, and it's a complex system. I can hear, anybody who's gotten health or life insurance goes through that litany of questions. Do you smoke? Do you drink? And people lie all the time, in part because maybe they feel like, well, that doesn't sound very healthy. And in part because it may help them get cheaper premiums for whatever insurance they get, health or life. And so in the absence of a, invasive physical and a lot of testing, these insurance companies are really in a position where they've got to believe the person asking for the insurance. And that causes a couple of problems. In this case, we got the wrong guy on the stand to talk about the details of the insurance that was being asked for by Anna Walshe, because here's what happens. He's New York Life, right? That you call that 800 number, you get some plebe somewhere in the organization that takes down some raw information. That may then go to another intermediary that fleshes that out somehow. This guy sitting on the stand is not the guy that collects all that information. He may work with the underwriters, and he's not even the underwriter. The underwriter, those are the folks that make the decisions. They're the ones that look at all the stuff and go, that doesn't look so good. And then this guy just is the administrator. Underwriter says you can have the policy. This guy would effectuate it and make it happen with his people in his office. So not the right guy to go after what the defense needs to go after from this guy, and that is, you have no clue what Anna Walshe's health was really like at the time you wrote these policies. And in fact, you don't even care much. You factor that into your mega business plan that you're going to hear lies from people. You're going to hear exaggerations to make them look healthier. You factored that in. You know you have. So your policy premium factors in liars and cheats and fraud. It does. That's just the business. So if I'm the defense and my argument is that Anna Walshe just kicked it dead, I want anything that says she was not the healthiest person, that she had some underlying condition, that she could have dropped at any moment, aneurysm, something that it does happen to young people, some sort of coronary event. It happens. So with this guy on the stand, you really just need to diffuse this perception that she was a number one in their scale, one, the best possible person to insure their life. 37, I hope you make it to the end of this phone call. I mean, that's the range. So I know what the defense is trying to do, and I can't wait to see if they come up with something a little more substantive when they put on their case. And I hope it's not just through Brian Walshe. He could certainly get up there on the stand and say, she's always had problems, with jogging. She would, come up short of breath, and we never had it checked out. We probably should have. And just a few days before that night, when I found her passed away, she was complaining about shortness of breath, and she was having headaches, and that could happen through Brian Walshe. But how believable is that in the absence of corroboration? So if I'm the defense, I'm hoping I can get something somewhere in a medical record that will establish she had some underlying condition. That's the only way the jury's going to buy that. Otherwise, they're going to think that she was as healthy as an ox, a mule, a horse, pick your animal, and somebody helped her die. So, and I'm not coming down on either side of the argument, because I have my belief about what happened here. I'm looking at it from the jury's perspective. What are they thinking? What do they need? What will help them get from point A to point B? And everybody may have a different point A and or point B. That's what the whole process is about. So that's why this guy, he really had no clue what he was in for when he got up this morning. Hey, honey, I got to go. I got to go to court. Probably, half an hour. I got to do this thing. No. Pack a lunch, dude, because you're coming back. Let's see if there are any others that I thought were of interest as I get sidetracked once again. And I know the Karen Reed thing, we're going to get back to that. Don't you worry. We talked about the Porsche searches on the computer, too. I'm going back now to the very first witness for the day. And that was, it seems like so long ago. But Mr. Guarino was wrapping up. And we had a conversation yesterday when Doug McGinnis was on last night. I mean, Scott McGinnis. I used to go to school with a guy named Doug McGinnis. Scott McGinnis was on last night, and we were talking about Trooper Guarino and his injury and whether the jury had seen it, play out in front of them. During the break, they brought him in and put him on the stand during his testimony. So they didn't see him come and go twice, but they did see him come in, and today they saw him come in again. So they definitely saw that limp from the car accident when he came in. So he finishes up. He's talking about a number of searches. This is all on cross-examination by Mr. Tipton. I don't know how many points he scored, but he referenced the Porsche searches, referenced, among other things, the timing. I think the timing was key of all of these searches. And I talked about it yesterday. We went through each and every one of them. I said, what's consistent with each and every one of these searches about how long till a body smells and what's the best thing to use to cut up? Everything was post-mortem. Everything happened after she was already dead. Everything happened and is consistent with what he's already said he did, which was cut up and dispose of the body. So what does that do to get you to murder? So that's what he focused on. I knew he would, and nothing in those searches, except that one that had murder written after it. Do you remember that one search? None of the others had any, and it was just weird. It wasn't even in sort of connection to the search itself. It was just like tagged on at the end. Don't know if that was his. Don't know if that was, don't we know how the search engines will guess what you're looking for, and so they will add some sort of extra language. In fact, it's kind of fun if you have absolutely nothing to do. Start a search with just a couple of things like tulips and then it'll just fill out some other totally irrelevant search. Maybe that happened there. Maybe that's why murder was added to the end of that one search and nowhere else. But the point by Tipton is every single one of these searches relates to things that happened after she died. And we're not going to argue that. We're not going to argue that he did not search those things. We haven't admitted it yet. It's whomever made those searches. But even if you assume he did, so what? We're here about the murder. What in those searches says he murdered her? Okay. He disposed of her body. Yes, he did. So then a whole string of folks that nobody really cared about. I mentioned this yesterday with the custodians, JetBlue, and there was Uber, and what's the other one there? Lyft. I mean, and if you're really interested in their paperwork, it was exciting for you. Otherwise, the key takeaways were that there weren't any Lyft or JetBlue, or there was no transportation basically of Anna Walshe after the 1st of January. And so that just supports, the prosecution really has to just tie this up by saying she may be missing, according to some. She may have been missing for a period of time, but she wasn't traveling around. She was gone. We think it's because he goned her. But it's not because, we didn't see her pop up on a flight from Boston to Reagan National. No show on the 13th, 16th, 27th of January. I do think it's interesting that these were booked in, I think it was November of the prior year. That's some pretty intense planning. Those shuttle flights are not expensive anyway, and they're easy to get. They're like buses. It's like on the hour. So to book them so far in advance gives you a sense of her planning and her regimen. She wasn't just fly by night, so to speak. She was a planner, and she knew exactly when she needed to be where. So all of these no-shows obviously contradict that, but the fact she planned them in November for months ahead tells you she's not spontaneous in that way. She's working in a very regimented way. Let's see, Greg Lawrence, he was the Cohasset PD guy that was involved in the search of the property. Let's see, this was 11:44 on the 4th. And, that's right, he's the one who first met with Brian Walshe, took the missing persons report. And, of course, they have no body-worn cameras then. Do they now? No. What is it with these folks? Are they misspending police money that wildly that these departments can't afford a few $1,000s in body-worn camera for their own health and safety? Not the public would kind of like to know as well. But everybody's helped by these things. You open up your wallet. In 2023, okay, it's 2 years later. There should be not one police department, sub-department, ancillary department without body-worn cameras. There's just no excuse for it, unless you're hiding something, unless you're concerned. So we heard from Mr. Menino. He was the JetBlue guy. Patrick Reardon was the canine guy with Einstein, the name of the dog, the Malinois, which is, I've told you before, the dog guy that watches this guy, and watches is in quotes. He trains these Malinois, which are quite often used as police dogs, canine cadaver dogs, search dogs, attack dogs. They're huge and they're brilliant and they're I think they're like 25 grand. I'm not kidding. That's an expensive dog once they come out of the process, trained and everything. This is not a $25,000 dog, right? That's right here. But look how well he sleeps. He's got that down. So we heard from him. We heard from the U.S. Customs guy, again, talking about flights taken or not taken, and it had to do with Anna's travel from a period of January 1, 2022, all the way to July of 2025, which obviously encompasses her life and beyond. And he referenced a flight to Dublin, a flight to Frankfurt, a flight to Dulles, Boston Dulles, which is, the shuttle, DC to Boston. So she had those flights, which from some of the things we've heard, Walshe had no real clue about. That's still a little fuzzy, but she was doing some international travel during that period of time. So he came in to confirm that that was the case. Anybody else here that I think is of interest? I'm flipping through a lot of these notes, and if I haven't put any sort of asterisk by it, then it was really, like we got the trash guy who was there as sort of he ran the trash parade. They had to get the dumpsters. They were taking them to another location. I think that's where they searched them at another location. And so he had to chaperone the trash cans. Interesting day for that dude. We have the Massachusetts State Police Sergeant Amy Waterman. She searched the DC apartment or townhouse, right? She did so with Michael Lopes with the Cohasset PD. So they go down there to DC. They check it out. Lovely property based on everything she's talked about. Very neat and tidy. Nothing out of order. There were no vehicles there. She described a workout area, the kids' bedrooms on the 3rd floor. So 3 bedrooms for the 3 boys. Then the master was on the 2nd floor, and then the 1st floor was kind of everything else. Nothing really there on cross. A lot of the other witnesses weren't even crossed. This witness, there was some cross talking about the documents found in the kitchen, but nothing really specific about the documents, just the fact that there were some there and that they were looked at. We have Peter Capozzi or Capozzoli. Again, very interesting guy. Talk about not looking like what you would expect. The guy was fascinating. Let's see. Then we had this was interesting. I found this slightly interesting. When talking about the home that was rented and showing a couple of photos, the one I mentioned with the photo with Anna on the rug, the classic rug we're going to hear more about. The cross-examination focused on the basement area and also the relocation that was an issue. Like we're going to relocate, and they wanted the shorter tenancy after they renewed the first 6 months. But guess what the basement floor was? It was cement and had access to the outside. So obviously critical and again, we're talking about the CJ, I'm going to call it the CJ property, Chief Justice. The CJ property that was being rented where it is believed any death and dismemberment took place. And the cement on the floor of the basement may have been an area that needed to have blood removed from it. Remember one of the searches about how do you get blood off of cement? So we know the cement floor was in play in the basement. Okay, that took us to Mr. Sidebahhh, who's now having a 3-martini lunch just so he can get back on the stand. So we will get back in there, obviously, when it takes place, but we got a few minutes now that I've saved because I want to look through this document. And I have not looked through it. It was just filed late yesterday. I see something. Is something happening there in court, Missy? Is there argument going on? I'm seeing Mr. Tipton, I think, or is that a recording of some sort? I'm going to go into private chat. I'm going to go into private chat now and see. Are you sending me any notes on that? Oh, it's old. Okay, I got you. So whoever's feed we're taking is they're re-racking something. So anyway, this is a document that was filed late yesterday, and it was done by Norfolk County DA's office in response to the Karen Reed defendant, Karen Reed in this case, asking for some information from the Norfolk County DA's office regarding Michael Proctor. Now, that seems a little odd because, well, the Norfolk County DA is not in this case, right? But in this particular instance, let me see if I can fix this. How's this? Is that right? Nope, that's the wrong one. Oh, let me play with some more buttons. That's the wrong one. How about this one? How about this one? Maybe this one. Okay, let's go with this one. So they filed this response. Again, it was just filed late yesterday. Let me bring it in a little bit bigger for you. And we're just going to go through it. It's only about 6 pages, but it's fascinating. So this is the case in Plymouth, which is where I vote for the civil case remaining. And apparently now, since the Bristol case was removed to the federal court, it will not be in Bristol anymore. We got a whole new location to deal with in the federal system, which of course means no TV. We're screwed. That may have been the primary driving force for the defendants in the Karen Reed plaintiff case. Remember, she sued the McAlberts, Higgins, all the players. They can't be showcased on TV now in that case because it's now in federal court. So unless somebody fights the removal, I don't think they will. So here you see all the players. I would have, if I had been suing as Paul O'Keefe, as you see here, individually and as representative of his brother and the parents, I would have sued Karen Reed as #1 defendant. Why? Because the case then becomes styled O'Keefe versus Reed. I just think it's a cleaner way to do it. Now it's technically, it would be styled on, et al. Paul O'Keefe individually versus C&C Hospitality et al. Just a stylish thing, just me. The Norfolk District Attorney's Office, NDAO, is a non-party in this civil action, submitting their opposition to defendant Karen Reed's motion to compel Norfolk District Attorney's Office to produce data in response to subpoena, without waiving the objections asserted in their August 1 response letter. The NDAO is complying with the subpoena received for specific records associated with the prosecution in Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. And upon entry of a protective order, the NDAO will produce responsive, non-privileged documents related to the resolved criminal case that are within the NDAO's possession, custody, or control. Footnote 1. The NDAO's extensive record production consists of a hard drive containing approximately 2.5 terabytes of data. Within this data, the NDAO is producing material associated with the former trooper's work cell phone that was previously deemed discoverable in the criminal case. And we all know the fallout from the private cell phone, the nasty text messages, all of that, which will be coming out in one form or another. They're seeking it in the current civil case against Karen Reed. So what they're saying here is, okay, we're going to give you some stuff. We'll give you some stuff, but we're not saying we'll give you everything you're asking for. Where'd my footnote go? So I can pick up. Where are you? Where are you? There you are. On November 7, 2025, however, defendant Karen Reed moved to compel the NDAO to produce data associated with former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor cell phone, his personal cell phone, newly acquired through judicial order in unrelated pending criminal cases. Yeah, plural. The defendant's subpoena requests, quote, all iCloud data. And now if he didn't know before, I think Michael Proctor knows what the iCloud is all about. All iCloud data concerning or belonging to Michael Proctor, and all documents, video, or audio recordings and communications to, from, or concerning Michael Proctor from January 28, 2022 to the present. So at least they've limited it in that way. Remember, the cell phone extraction through iCloud goes all the way back to 2013. We learned that. Hundreds of thousands of pieces of information. They're limiting it in time and place because January 28th was 2 days before John O'Keefe's death. They referenced the subpoena. The defendant's motion to compel is specifically for, quote, all data in its possession extracted from cell phones owned, controlled, or used by former state police trooper Michael Proctor. Emphasis added. Oh, just the underlining. Okay. The NDAO objects as these requests are facially overbroad and unduly burdensome. It could be, it's hard to tell at this point whether they are or aren't, but they have attempted to narrow it in time, which is key. That's one of the key factors the court will look at. Additional considerations to the burden of producing electronically stored data. As such, the defendant's motion should be denied. And they're saying, okay, we're already going to comply to a certain degree. We're not giving them everything they want, and here's why. The defendant's far-reaching requests are not reasonably calculated to lead to relevant evidence. Now, let me tell you how important that phrase is. This is discovery. This is not a trial. This is not like, hey, can we have all that material that's in the phone because we're immediately going to enter it into evidence? No, it's discovery. Discovery is just what it sounds like. Anything out there that might help you find something else. So the old, it's a fishing expedition, Your Honor, save it for trial, okay? For discovery, that's exactly what everything is. Everything is a fishing expedition. And the phrase, in California, it's slightly different, but it's close. Anything that is reasonably calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence. Okay? So that's like broad. If my frame was bigger, I would do this. But that's broad. And then at trial, you're down here. Okay? And then you're subject to all the different objections you might normally have. Here, you're really not. Unless, overbroad, burdensome, and vague maybe. That's all you got. Vague as to time, overbroad as to the number of components they're asking for. So that's why they say defendants' far-reaching requests are not reasonably calculated to lead to relevant evidence, as the requests are not limited to defendant Karen Reed, nor the investigation of Mr. John O'Keefe's death. Now, what they're doing here, in my opinion, is helping the court and ultimately the party requesting the information, Karen Reed, to say, well, here's what we would be okay with. Okay, if you can limit it to just Karen Reed and how it relates to Mr. John O'Keefe's death, that framework, maybe we can work with something. But we can't give you everything that's asked for. The defendant's motion and memorandum of law seek to correlate previously disclosed and widely publicized text messages sent by the former trooper with an assumption that the acquired data contains additional communications about the defendant or the investigation into Mr. O'Keefe's death. You think that's just a wild idea that they've got? Of course there's other crap in there. It's Michael Proctor. He's shown his true colors. It's not like, wow, those things we heard in the Karen Reed trial were just aberrations. This guy is a Boy Scout. No. However, the requests are not confined to communications, nor communications sent by the former trooper, and the defendant has information readily available about the former trooper's unprofessional and biased conduct and has directly sought access to this data through a subpoena issued to Michael Proctor, who, as the record holder, can directly address the issues of privilege. Then they reference the Mass Civil Procedure Rule. For good cause shown, the court should protect record holders from undue burden or expense, particularly when the material is available from some other source, duplicative, unduly cumulative, and in considering the importance of the requested material in resolving the issues. All of that makes perfect sense. I have no problem with any of that. As it applies here, they're suggesting she's already got the good stuff. And she's already asked Michael Proctor as well. Why are we even in the mix here? Well, I think you have to be in the mix to make sure that you're not missing anything, to make sure that you are not later chastised or it's held against you that you didn't ask for it from Norfolk County. Nobody trusts Norfolk County DA's office, nobody. So I think you have to go about it two-pronged, maybe three-pronged would be better, hoping that at least one of the prongs pays off. And that's what they're doing. They're going after arguably the source. Here's the problem for the Norfolk County DA. They've proven that their people commingle. Work phone, cell phone, whatever, personal. That seems to be the norm. Well, because of that, asking for that information through their office becomes appropriate. If there was never a bit of evidence that there's this cross-pollination, as I like to call it, of personal versus business cell phones, maybe you wouldn't be there, right? Okay. So anyway, data from the former trooper's cell phone and personal cell phone include text chats, audio files, pictures, and videos that span many years and in some instances predate the former trooper's employment as a law enforcement officer. And that might be a good argument. The data includes an abundance of privileged communications between spouses and attorneys, as well as highly sensitive and personal information unrelated to any criminal or civil matters. Great. Save it for trial. The defendant's request for unfettered access to the entirety of this data would result in the production of privileged and non-relevant material, far exceeding the bounds of relevance surrounding the liability for Mr. O'Keefe's death. Maybe, but you don't get to be the arbiter of that. You can make the argument, but you can't just say, this is like the prosecution saying, there's nothing exculpatory here. You don't need it, defense counsel. In the civil realm, this is how it works. You're asking the court to be the judge of whether or not they should release this material. Down the road, it may or may not come in at trial. Just doesn't mean you can't take a look at it now. Further, the Commonwealth objects as the defendant's requests are unduly burdensome. Yeah, because they have nobody, no time. Well, they have no money left in Norfolk County because they gave it all to Hanky Spanky and to their experts. So I get it. They're running lean. They're running lean now. The NDAO's possession of certain data extracted from former Trooper Michael Proctor's personal cell phone is pursuant to and restricted by a Norfolk Superior Court order. On June 17th, 2025, the Superior Court, Doolin, allowed in specific cases, and there they are referenced, Miles King, very familiar, of course, Giovanni De Los Santos, the other two less familiar to me, Sean Johnson and Bianca Chionchio. Anyway, those cases are cited. The defense motions for discovery of former Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor's personal cell phone from those cases. The order included that the Commonwealth produce communications from the dates of the charged offenses to the dates that indictments issued in those cases, and produce, quote, any other data from Proctor's personal cell phones that constitutes investigative materials or is favorable to the defense within the meaning of the criminal procedure rule, Rule 14, our favorite. So again, here's some guidance. The court may just latch onto this and say, okay, fine-tune that request to those time periods and then give them what they want. On August 13, 2025, the Norfolk County Superior Court, modified the order, clarifying that the obligation to produce any other data that constitutes investigative material or is favorable to the defense is not limited to a particular date range. So this judge, he wants both. He wants subject matter and time limitations, and he did. And the former trooper had a legitimate interest in protecting attorney-client or spousal communications. I get that as well. That's something that may have to be dealt with in camera, meaning that the court would look at it, and then the court would decide it's privileged, you're not going to even get to look at it, or it's not, you can look at it, it may or may not be admissible at the time of trial. The Norfolk Superior Court issued further orders about delivery and extraction of the phone, the opportunity for the former trooper's counsel to submit a privilege log, a timeline for the Commonwealth to produce discoverable materials, and notably restricted the possession of any responsive material. Footnote 3, citing those same cases. The defendant's overbroad requests contravene court orders as to the permitted scope of review in pending criminal cases and contravenes orders on privileged information. Now, all that may be true. The judge in this case, the Plymouth case, doesn't have to give a rat's ass to what they did in these other cases. He or she, I believe it's a he, will look at this independent of whatever else is going on. If he decides to take some guidance from what they did, that's not a problem if he wants to. Doesn't have to. This is not a situation where he's controlled, like here's a superior court and a Supreme Court and an appellate court, all these decisions in your jurisdiction, judge, and you have to follow their rulings. No, you don't. No, this is how these judges in these cases, Doolin, crafted a solution. This judge is not bound by that. So persuasive at best, controlling, not a chance in hell. The defendant's overbroad request, you got through that. Moreover, the request for any data from the phone, in part or in whole, are unduly burdensome, given their current discovery obligations. Yeah, well, that's what happens when all of your troopers, their asses are either fired or on the end of lawsuits or taken out of commission because they can't be trusted to do their jobs. Yeah, you got a manpower shortage. We get it. Guided by the confines of the order, the NDAO is actively reviewing the voluminous cell phone data and diligently producing discoverable material, subject to stringent protective orders to the appropriate criminal defendants. And then we see in footnote 4, the relevant data extracted from the trooper's phone, trooper's work cell phone, is also being produced to criminal defendants, subject to stringent protective orders. We're all over the place here because of this damn Proctor guy. We're scrubbing everything, and it's going to various cases in various courts. We're doing the best we can with our limited force because most of our guys are so ridiculous they can't even work for us anymore, and we have to hide them.
referencing civil procedure, producing data. The district attorney is the elected advocate of the people and chief law enforcement officer for Norfolk District. Yeah, that's great. General law cited here. Great. Doesn't say that they're doing a great job. This is just standard Hornbook law about their role. The prosecutors serve as at his behest. Yeah, the behest of Michael Morrissey, and a prosecutor's obligation to disclose exculpatory material is just that, an obligation, not a decision. Don't get high and mighty with me now, mister. Please, don't even try that. But that is the Hornbook law. Similarly, as a non-party record holder, the burden and cost to review the personal cell phone data of a non-party, okay, put a footnote in the middle of a sentence for me. On November 18, 2025, the defendant filed a civil suit against Michael Proctor. As of filing, this claim has not been consolidated with or part of this pending civil action. Well, yeah, and it's highly unlikely to be since it's been removed. But anyway, back to the middle of my sentence. For a variety of unknown and evolving theories of liability is unduly burdensome to the NDAO, and any potential benefit is outweighed by the NDAO's significant burden. Thanks for making that decision for us, particularly where a subpoena has issued to Michael Proctor, and there have been substantial findings and sworn testimonies about the former trooper's involvement in the investigation. So I think we get their position. We're just scrambling, Judge, to fulfill all the existing discovery orders that we've got. Please don't pile on here. We're doing all we can with our really horrible department. For the reasons stated above, the NDAO respectfully requests that this honorable court deny the defendant's motion to compel, as the request is overbroad, unduly burdensome, and harassing, boo-hoo, to a non-party record holder. Alternatively, the NDAO requests that this honorable court stay the defendant's motion to compel until the NDAO has completed its review for discoverable material in pending criminal prosecutions and in consideration of the defendant submitting a narrowly tailored, date-restricted request for a specific category of data or communication that is relevant to the defendant and or Mr. O'Keefe's. So I think I like this. I like that, and this is Laura McLaughlin. She's back from the dead. I like that, it's always good to give the court an option. It makes their job easier, and it gives them at least an entree into resolving the dispute. The courts don't really like to just say, granted, when it comes to discovery. Granted, you're getting nothing. They don't like to say that. And they also don't like to say, denied, provide whatever you need to provide, depending on who's making the motion. It's a big splitting of the baby, as they say, very Solomon-esque in the way the courts try to resolve these issues, because there's usually a little right to each side. Maybe it is overburdensome. Maybe they don't have a lot of time because their people are so tied up that they need a full-time litigation department where they represent all of the defendants that used to work there at the county under Michael Morrissey. So this is, there's no date on this, is there? Yeah. They don't see, again, something I hate. In California, right over here, see my little cursor? Woo, how did my cursor get so, how does that work? You geniuses. How does it get real like that? It gets giant when I do something. Anyway, so we would have the date and time and department for the hearing. You would get a hearing at the time you file the paperwork. You file the paperwork electronically or push it across the desk. Here you go. They would put it in the system. Bing! It'll give you a department, a time, and a day. So there's no, when is this? I don't know. I haven't heard yet. You get the notice on this yet? No, I haven't heard it. It's immediately available. So I don't think they do a lot of things right in California these days, but they definitely do that. So here you go. Yeah, this was filed at 4 o'clock yesterday when court was, I was on the road on the way back in the slush and rain from Dedham. I was right in the belly of the beast. If I had had a chance, I could have wandered by the clerk's office and picked up this exact same copy. So anyway, thought it was interesting. We should get into that. We know that over time, this case now, with the Karen Reed filing her civil case, which has been removed to federal court, and there have been at least two people appear, two defendants appear. I think we talked about it yesterday. I think it was Proctor and Higgins, I think, but I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, people have started to accept the notice of appearance, and so they're in. You know, they aren't served officially, but their attorney raises his or her hand and says, "I'll accept service on that." It's already moving in the federal court. So now we got the split track. We're going to have duplicate discovery. Yep, that's what's going to happen. There can be, and this requires the court to approve, there can be an agreement that discovery in one is allowed in the other, because for judicial economy, cost, time saving to all the parties. The court should want that, and so we'll see how that plays out. Otherwise, you're talking, you know, multiple depositions, federal court, state court, multiple interrogatories back and forth, federal court. So it's a burden to everybody, which is why they talked consolidation early on, and why Attorney Dillon, who is the plaintiff for the O'Keefe family, he was okay with it for discovery, but now it takes on a whole different wrinkle now that we're truly in a split track world. So we'll see what happens next. What is next in that? I don't have my calendar in front of me. Hold on, let me just see if I've got anything on the calendar here coming up that is, let's see, stand by. I do believe there was something, I mean, other than some of the bigger motions we know about. Okay. All right, we'll see. Anyway, yeah, while I'm on that general topic, the Aidan Carney matter, which was going to be heard on Friday, the big motion to dismiss, I'm still going to go through that just because I spent some time on it. I'm going to go through it. I can't find it. Oh, there. Yeah. This masterpiece in the Aidan Carney case, this is the Cosgrove fiction that he wrote. You know, the one that I had to consult my dictionary. This is the special Buchanan edition of the dictionary. I had to go to this a few times. I'm going to try and do this. Maybe I'll do it sometime tomorrow. I'll record it, or maybe I'll do it. I'm having an epiphany here. Maybe I'll do it for members. We'll do a members only. Boom, 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 and then we'll just launch for everybody later in the week. Because on Friday, this is not going to be decided on the merits. This new judge, Bezos, let me get it's Belizos. He's getting his first whiff of this pink piece of poop, and he's saying, I don't have time to get all caught up on this to discuss the merits on Friday. So at 2:15, don't get confused with the original 2 o'clock time. At 2:15, it's a Zoom appearance, nothing at court. Another, this gives me, you know, the feel for this guy already. He's a chicken. Dude, come on, get used to it. You're now in the mix with this thing. And that means there are going to be people that are annoyed and upset and want to voice that feeling. So just quit hiding behind the Zoom, please, and let it play out in the public as it should. So that's going to happen Friday. And what they'll end up doing is picking a date for this. Probably you'll hear Cosgrove get a stern warning about being 8 days late with his response and giving no notice to the other side or to the court. Don't do that again, Mr. Cosgrove. I'm now in charge of this case, and I'm a tough mother. So don't push me. So that's what I think is going to happen. So I'll work it out, but I think I'm going to do oh, they're coming back in. I'm going to do a members only. Then we'll post this later. We'll go through the Buchanan Special Edition dictionary as well. Okay, let's see. As getting back on the stand is Mr. Sidebahhh, who has now quit the life insurance business because he's so traumatized by what's happening there today. Hey, there's Matt. Hey, Matt. Matt, can you see me? Matt always dresses nicely. Yeah, it puts me to shame there in the courtroom. But he's on Court TV. Maybe that's why I left Court TV. I didn't have the wardrobe. Anyway, I predict now we're going to see clanking in the door will be the defendant. No, that's not him. Sorry, sir. I didn't mean to suggest you were the defendant. Although you do look suspicious. Next, bailiff checking things out. Who's up next? Matt, Scott McGinnis, Matt Kendall. That is not nice. I do not condone that kind of. Let's go back to him so that you can reinforce Scott McGinnis's characterization. Yeah. I didn't say that. I think he's fine. I'll just put it that way. Sheila, do not encourage Scott McGinnis. But Diz likes him, quite handsome. Well, la-di-da. There we go. Clank, 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 clank. So he's got those papers in front of him. I think it's the exact same papers every time. I think there's nothing of importance on them. Okay, sit down. He's got the drill down. Can you get these bastards off my wrists, please, or I'll kill you. Oh, there. I like. Wait, Joy. Joy is. She knows how to pander. Whoops, no, not that one. This one, Joy. Thank you, Joy. Thank you so much. Okay. So I apologize because I was supposed to find out, and we cut short I had nothing to do with it. The judge called it early yesterday. So I couldn't track down this woman who everybody's so curious about, who sits on the other side of the defense table. Look at that. Look at Brian's he's living it up. Time of his life. Best time ever. She's taking notes. I believe she's either a paralegal. Oh, there's Diana. There's Diana, very alone on her bench. The first day I was there, I was sitting right behind her, and there were two people next to her. Looked, husband and wife-ish. And then they were not there the next day. Strange. Very strange. Yeah, in case I didn't mention, Matt is court TV guy. He covered all of the Karen Reed stuff, pushed me out of the way at least once or twice when we were struggling for the walk and talk in the street. Yeah. Anyway, I asked him to come on at some point to get approval, and never heard back from him. I always like to just get different perspectives of those who cover some of these cases from either a reporter standpoint or just a supporter. So yeah, I'm throwing it out there all the time. And as many of you may have noticed, my interview with Diana Walshe, I don't know that I've done better work. So if you get a chance, take a look at that. And she is as friendly as she looks right there. So anyway, the woman that sits there next to one of the bailiffs, court officers that's in charge of Brian Walshe, she's right there, just now sitting down. I didn't get the detail I needed from her. Maybe that wasn't her, but she sits right over there and she looks kind of like that girl. She's taking copious notes. I think she's a paralegal or associate with the defense team. It just makes sense. Makes sense that she wouldn't be a court officer. I mean, why would a clerk of any kind be sitting over there? And the clerk usually sitting by the judge would be handling, identifying exhibits, all of that stuff. But I have to admit, I did not. I failed. That was my homework assignment. I failed. And as soon as I can figure it out, I will pass along that information. Yeah, that is her over there in the gray suit today. She's a little more formal today. Okay, let's jump back in. I may pop in at the end of the day.
You are unmuted.
Thank you. I feel much less muted. Or we'll just circle back 6 o'clock tonight and do our thing. Linda Kenny Baden still on assignment. Yeah, I know. You can guess what it is. And if I knew anything, I would think that tomorrow is probably an important day. But I don't know anything.
Thank you.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Okay, I will redouble my efforts
You understand, sir, you're still under oath.
to find out who that woman is. Okay, folks, enjoy. We'll see you soon.
Hello again.
Hello.
So before the break, I was talking to you again about how you sell policies to individuals and families when it comes to life insurance.
Yes.
So when you're selling to a young married couple, both parties might have life insurance policies,
Yes.
and each of them would be the other one's beneficiary.
Yes.
Okay. And when people have kids, then that's another consideration because they want to make sure if something happens to one parent, the other parent and the children are okay.
Yes.
So in your role as a life insurance agent, would you categorize life insurance policies as something that's an investment for the whole family?
Sometimes.
Okay. And in this particular case, am I correct that all 3 children had whole life insurance policies as well?
Yes.
And Anna Walsh was the beneficiary of those.
Yes.
So she would have been the only one who could have taken out a loan against any of those policies.
Yes.
Okay. I was asking you before about how Mr. Walsh had been denied several times for health insurance.
Life insurance.
Life insurance.
Yes, yeah, it's okay. Yes.
Sorry. So you had mentioned that he, or Brian Walsh had, I guess, requested life insurance online and you picked it up as a lead and you reached out to him.
Yes.
And you began applying for life insurance policies for him.
Yes.
When you began applying for life insurance policies for Brian Walsh, Anna Walsh did not apply for any life insurance policies.
Correct.
At some point, Anna Walsh did apply for a life insurance policy, and that was after Mr. Walsh consistently was denied because of his open federal case.
Correct.
How did it come about that Anna Walsh would apply for life insurance?
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay.
It probably was my recommendation.
So it was probably your recommendation that Anna applied because Mr. Walsh was getting denied.
Correct.
Okay. Is it customary, once you sell a policy, I don't know if that's the right term, that you might stay in touch with your clients if they ever have questions in the future about their policies or payouts or any beneficiary questions?
Yes.
So people can email you or call you and say, hey, I have a question about this policy, right?
Yes.
After Anna Walsh and the children were insured in February of 2021, at no point did Mr. Walsh ever email or call you and say, hey, how do I... I'm just being a lady. Okay.
No, I called.
Okay. At no point did Mr. Walsh ever contact you to ask you about getting paid out on any of Anna Walsh's life insurance policies.
Correct.
Overruled. He can answer
Correct.
that question.
And at no point did Mr. Walsh ever contact you and ask you about taking out any loans or how to take out loans on any of the children's life insurance policies or Anna Walsh's life insurance policies.
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor. Commonwealth's content.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And the Commonwealth may call this next witness.
Commonwealth would call Davis Gould.
Don't
worry about it.
Oh, sorry, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name?
My name is Davis Gould. First name is spelled D-A-V-I-S.
Where do you work, sir?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Criminalistics and Crime Scene Response Unit.
All right, sir, lean right into that microphone, loud, clear voice. Thank you.
Sir, what is your role at the State Police Crime Lab?
I'm currently a forensic scientist 2 assigned to the Criminalistics Unit, where I perform lab work for biological analysis on evidence submitted to the laboratory. And I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the Crime Scene Response Unit, and I respond to crime scenes when called upon to assist with investigations.
How long have you been with the crime lab?
I've been with the crime laboratory for a little over 10 years.
And can you give us your educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree from West Virginia University with a major of forensic and investigative science and a minor in biology.
And can you detail your history with the crime lab for us?
I first started working at the crime laboratory in 2015 with the CODIS Collection and Investigative Unit. I was a lab technician. I was at that position for approximately a year and a half until a position opened up in the Criminalistics Unit, where I joined as a Forensic Scientist 1. There was about a 1-year-long training period where I went through various modules of training, and upon that completion, I was then promoted to Forensic Scientist 2, which is when I began working on cases.
And you said the CODIS unit, what is that, sir?
The CODIS unit is a unit at the State Police Crime Laboratory responsible for collecting DNA standards from individuals who are required by Massachusetts general law to supply standards to the state database.
Now, sir, you've said about, I think you kind of briefly told us that you work for 2 units and the difference, but if you could just help us figure this out. What's the difference between the criminalistics unit and the crime scene response unit?
Sure. So the criminalistics unit exclusively works in the laboratory. We get cases assigned to us by supervisors, and we then perform the necessary biological analysis on those cases based on the information provided to us. The crime scene response unit, everyone in the criminalistics unit is also in the crime scene response unit. That unit performs the same biological analysis and trace collections as well. However, we respond to the physical crime scenes when called upon to collect evidence, to perform testing, and then write reports.
Are you familiar with competency tests?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what competency tests are?
Competency test is a final test that is conducted at the end of training. In the criminalistics unit, I went through a training period where there were separate modules, where each module is a particular discipline of forensic science. So blood testing, other bodily fluids, trace analysis, etc. And upon completing each of those modules, there is a final exam at the end called the competency test, of which I passed prior to working on any cases at the laboratory.
So I think you might have answered my question, but you passed your competency tests?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with what's a proficiency test?
I am, yes.
Can you tell us what a proficiency test is opposed to a competency test?
The main difference is that a proficiency test is performed periodically in each discipline. So, for example, each year I take 2 proficiency tests in the biological screening field. I take 1 trace proficiency test as well, and that's administered through an exterior company that will send us a test to perform, and I'll perform the necessary test in that discipline and then write a report on my findings.
And sir, have you ever testified giving your opinion concerning evidence collection or analysis or forensic analysis of evidence?
Yes, I have.
In the crime lab, is it accredited?
Yes, it is.
What does it mean to be an accredited crime lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary process that the laboratory goes through. An outside agency looks at the standards and procedures that we follow, and that which are guidelines set by the greater scientific community and forensic community. There is a certificate that is given every 5 years that reasserts that we're accredited and adhering to the standards set forth by that agency.
I would like to ask some questions about January 9th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And at about 2:35 that afternoon, where did you report to?
I reported to the Cohasset Police Department at approximately 2:35.
And why were you at the Cohasset Police Department?
I was requested to process a vehicle involved in an incident in Cohasset.
And was anyone else with you to process this vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Who?
I had a trainee with me at the time from the laboratory. He was going through the training period to become a crime scene responder. There were also members of the crime scene services section to take photographs, as well as members of the State Police Detective Unit.
Your Honor, I'm at this point in my examination, as I start questioning Mr. Gould, I'm going to be referring to a series of pre-marked exhibits that are photographs, starting at number 100, going to 128.
When you say they're pre-marked, are they pre-marked and agreed to by the other side?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So when you offer them, identify what they are so there's a complete record of them. But at this time, they'll be moved into evidence 100 through 128.
Thank you, Your Honor. And, sir, I might have neglected to ask, did you pass those proficiency tests?
I've passed every proficiency test to date so far.
So, returning your attention back to January 9th, approximately 2:30 p.m. at the Cohasset Police Station in 2023. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 100, file number 4239, published? Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the Volvo I examined on January 9th.
And where is it located, sir?
It's located at the Cohasset Police Department inside their garage.
Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 101, file number 4250? Sir, what is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the front of the same Volvo that I examined.
Now, how did you conduct an examination of the Volvo that day?
Initially, I did a sketch and diagram as well as take some notes based on the vehicle prior to any analysis. So what it looked like from the exterior before I went inside of it and before I started performing any sort of biological testing. I then gathered information from the investigators on scene that were pertinent to the case so that I could determine what forensic linkages I needed to be looking for, and then proceeded with those biological screening tests at that point.
What was the overall condition of the exterior of the vehicle?
Overall, the exterior was very clean. There was an apparent hair noted in the front passenger exterior door handle.
And what was the overall condition of the interior of the vehicle?
The interior was overall very clean with miscellaneous items throughout most of the vehicle.
Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 102, which is file number 4275? Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What did you see in the vehicle as far as child safety seats?
There were 2 child safety seats, one located in the second row on the passenger side and another seat located in the third row on the driver's side.
Now, sir, what did you observe as far as any staining inside the vehicle?
There were 2 areas of visible staining that I noted, one being a red-brown stain on the front driver's side visor, and then there was brown stains noted on the front passenger side visor.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 103, which is file number 4283? Sir, directing your attention to the screen, what is it that we're looking at?
This is a photograph of the stain, the red-brown stain on the driver's side visor that I had marked with a ruler and the letter A.
And so you're the person who would put that piece of tape there?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 104, which is file 4286? What is it that we're looking at here, sir?
Similarly, this is a photograph of the brown stains on the front passenger visor that I marked B with the ruler tape.
Now, what did you find as far as gloves on the passenger side of the car?
On the passenger side of the vehicle, on the floor, there were 2 examination-style gloves. In the front passenger door pocket, there were 2 additional exam-style gloves in a Ziploc bag. And in the center console, there was 16 exam-style gloves inside of the center console.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 105, which is file number 4279? Sir, do you see this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you show us where you found gloves on the passenger side?
Yes, so on the right-hand side of the photograph on the floor, there are the light blue-colored gloves. Those would be the 2 gloves that I observed on the floor.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 106, which is file number 4258? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
And what is this an image of?
This is the open center console between the front driver and passenger seats with 16 examination-style gloves inside of it.
With the Volvo that afternoon, what were you able to do as far as any testing?
The testing I performed on the Volvo was the blood screening test we use at the laboratory. It is a color-changing test involving 2 chemicals. I'll take a clean swab and apply it to any areas that I'm interested in determining if there is potential blood present. It is a screening test, so it does not confirm the presence of blood. Additional testing would be needed. But the color test allows us to visualize stains that we can't see. So I applied this test throughout multiple areas inside the vehicle, looking for blood that was not visible to the naked eye. When it's negative, the swabs don't change any color after I add the chemicals. If it's positive, it will turn a pinkish violet sort of color after the addition of the chemicals. And prior to performing all of those tests, I made sure that my chemicals were working by using a positive and negative control on those chemicals.
And can you tell us what items might trigger a positive that aren't not human blood?
Yes, so there are vegetables such as cauliflower that have a peroxidase reaction, which is the main reaction in our blood screening test. So that is the main sort of reaction we're looking for. So occasionally those vegetables or legumes such as beans, those are examples of items that can have that positive reaction as well that are not blood.
Now, with this test, were there any areas that tested positive?
Yes, there were.
What areas of the Volvo tested positive?
Of all the areas I examined, there were 5 that tested positive for blood screening. One was the front driver side seat controls for the front seat. There was an area on the second row passenger floor mat that tested positive. The third row passenger seat was folded down, and the back side of that screened positive for the presence of blood. And 2 additional areas on the mat that was in the trunk that was covering the trunk storage space. There was 2 mats, 1 area on each of them, test screened positive for the presence of blood. And these were areas that I did not observe any visible staining.
And, sir, how many areas do you think you tested overall in the Volvo?
Overall, I would estimate approximately 40 to 50. I covered a lot of the contact areas, so steering wheels, door controls, the radio controls, handles, door pulls, the floor mats, the brake pedals, and many areas inside of the vehicle.
And so, did you have the opportunity to take any samples from the car?
Yes, I did.
And so, what did you take as far as samples from the Volvo that day?
From the Volvo, I collected the hair I previously mentioned, or the apparent hair that I mentioned from the exterior front passenger door handle. And then each of those 5 areas that screened positive for the presence of blood, I took samples from each of those individually for further testing back at the laboratory.
So can you walk us through, how do you take those samples? Like, how do you package them up? How does that work?
So the samples are collected with a set of swabs. I'll use a drop or 2 of clean water and apply it to the swabs. And then I'll take those swabs and go over those areas that screen positive to collect any sample that might be there. And then I'll put each of those samples into a glassine envelope, which then goes into a coin envelope that I'll transport back to the laboratory to be sealed and then stored properly for a further analysis.
How long do you think it took to examine the Volvo and collect the samples?
I would estimate it took me roughly 3.5 to 4 hours.
And after collecting the swabs, did you go back to the crime lab?
No, I did not.
Where did you go to next?
While I was examining the vehicle, I was requested to respond to 300 Forest Street in Peabody, Massachusetts.
What time do you think you got to 300 Forest Street?
I arrived there approximately 8:15 p.m.
And can you describe what 300 Forest Street in Peabody is?
300 Forest Street is a recycle and trash collection center located just off of Route 1.
And what did you see when you got to 300 Forest Street?
Mainly there was a large area where trash had been collected from various neighborhoods and areas, and there was a certain section of trash that had been separated from the larger piles that were there.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 107, HAS 6556? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is the entrance to the recycle and trash collection center, showing the mounds of garbage that are there.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have HAS 6564, what's been previously marked as Exhibit 108? And do you see this image, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is a continuation of the interior of the center.
And so the trash that you had the opportunity to see people going through, I'm going to direct your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 109. Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 109, 6566? Was this mixed in with all the other stuff that we just saw, or is this somewhere else?
I'm unsure. This photo was taken prior to my arrival at the collection site.
Okay. But what is this a picture of?
This is a picture of a separated portion of the garbage in the center.
Now, what did you see? What did you see as far as people searching or going through the trash that night?
By the time I arrived, the main search had already been done, and there was bags of trash that were beginning to be emptied and inventoried by crime scene services section and the detective unit that was there.
And so what was your role as far as dealing with these bags of trash that other officers were going through?
My main role was to assist with the other units that were present and to sift through the items in those bags to determine what items would be relevant for forensic analysis, and then which units would be responsible for taking those items back to the laboratory afterward.
And so what was the first thing that was done when a bag was opened, if there was some kind of evidentiary analysis that needed to be done on it?
The first thing that I did while the trash was being emptied was I had my notes where I noted the items that were coming out of the bags, and then I worked with the crime scene services section trooper there as well, who photographed those items as they were coming out of the bag as well.
And how many different bags of, is it fair to say that you numbered the bags that you found to have some kind of value to you that night?
The crime scene services section did use placards to denote the bags that they were removing and photographing.
All right. Ms. Gilman, can I ask that you publish what's previously been marked as Exhibit 51, file number 6810? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
All right, so what's happening in this image that night when you were at 300 Forest Street?
This is the contents of one of the trash bags that was separated at the center.
And Ms. Gilman, can you now show us Exhibit 52, file number 6867? So now what are we looking at in relation to that last image, sir?
Since that last photograph was taken, bench paper was put out onto the floor of the collection center in order to preserve the integrity of the evidence that we were collecting at that point.
And so if it went onto a piece of paper like this, was it going to be collected?
Potentially, yes.
And this bag, sir, that we see on the screen for Exhibit 52, did you have the opportunity to know what was inside this bag, bag 1?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what was discovered inside of bag 1?
Inside of bag 1 was a pair of green boots, a black jacket with red-brown stains, and a bracelet inside of the pocket. There was a black purse with red-brown stains, a black wallet, and a pair of headphones inside of a case, as well as a pair of socks.
Was anything discovered as far as car keys?
Yes, there was a pair of Volkswagen keys as well.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 110, file number 6869? Is this also the contents of that first bag?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 111, what's been marked as 6870? Are these also the contents of that bag?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you about another bag that you found or had the opportunity to examine. Was there a trash bag with a designation 2?
Yes, there was.
What was discovered inside of bag 2?
Inside of bag 2 were 2 white towels with red-brown stains, as well as a piece of tape with apparent gauze and red-brown stains inside of it.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 112, which is file number 6898? Sir, is that one of the towels that was found inside of bag 2?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 113, file number 6902? Is that the second towel that was found inside the bag, sir?
Correct.
And what's the other items around the towel?
Those are miscellaneous tissues with red-brown stains.
Now, was there a bag 3?
Yes, there was.
What was discovered inside of bag 3?
Inside of bag 3 was a white bathrobe with red-brown stains.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 114, file number 6906? Sir, is this a picture of what was found, the bathrobe and found inside of bag 3?
Yes, it is.
Now, was there a bag 4?
There was.
What was discovered inside of bag 4?
Inside of bag 4 was a pair of gray slippers with red-brown stains, a pair of dark gray slippers with red-brown stains and trace materials, as well as apparent hairs with red-brown stains.
So, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 115, file number 6915. Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Directing your attention to this image, what the slippers there, which ones are those in the top of it?
The slippers located at the top are the gray slippers.
And at the bottom, what is there next to the left of the jar?
There is a leather strap wristwatch located as well.
And you had said that there was a second pair of slippers that was recovered from that bag?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 116, file number 6929? Sir, can you tell us where the second pair of slippers is in this photo?
Yes, at the bottom center of the photo, you'll see the dark gray slippers with the red brown stains and trace material noted on the bottom of one of the slippers.
What is trace material?
Trace material could reference a number of things. In this particular instance, it references the apparent hairs or fibers that I observed on the slippers.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 117, file number 6934? Sir, what is the trace material you saw that night when you were at 300 Forest Street?
In the photo on the right-hand side of the overturned slipper, there are the apparent hairs and fibers that I called trace materials located on the right-hand side at the toe end of the slipper.
Sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about bag number 5. What did you observe inside of that? What did you observe produced from bag 5?
Bag number 5 contained pieces of rug with red-brown stains on some of the pieces.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 118, which is file number 6948? Sir, what are we looking at here?
These are pieces of a rug with red-brown stains that I noted on 2 of the pieces.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 119, file number 6944? Sir, where did you see the red-brown staining on the rugs?
On the 2 leftmost pieces, the left piece has red-brown stains in the bottom right corner, and then the one in the center of the photo has red-brown stains on the majority of the piece of rug.
So, sir, after bag 5, did you have the opportunity to see anything produced from a 6th bag?
I did, yes.
What was produced from the 6th bag?
Inside the sixth bag was additional pieces of rug with red-brown staining on those as well.
And besides red-brown staining from of rug, what was discovered as far as a Tyvek suit?
There was a white Tyvek suit discovered in the bag as well, along with a wrapper for a Tyvek suit.
Was anything else discovered as far as a safety goggles or anything like that?
Yes, safety goggles were discovered, as well as additional miscellaneous items.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 120, which is file number 6951? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is an image of the safety goggles and Tyvek suit wrappers that were found in bag number 6.
Can you tell us what a Tyvek suit is?
A Tyvek suit is typically a piece of personal protective equipment that one would wear in order to protect themselves from anything they might be working with.
Have you ever worn one?
I have, yes.
When would you wear one?
I have worn one specifically during training sessions where there are biological fluids that we are experimenting with.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 121, which is file number 6956? Sir, do you recognize this image?
I do, yes.
What is this an image of?
This is an image showing more of the pieces of the rug.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit number 122, file number 6952? What are we looking at here, sir?
This is a photograph of the lower half of the Tyvek suit from bag number 6.
Did you have the opportunity to see the contents of a 7th bag that night?
Yes, I did.
What was inside the 7th? What was produced from the 7th bag?
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
May?
The 7th bag contained a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, a ice pack, a blue flat sheet as well.
And sir, I neglected to ask you about the rug as well. I showed you one image, which was Exhibit 121. So, Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 123, file number 6963? Sir, what is this we're looking at?
This is another piece of the rug from bag number 6 containing red-brown stains with apparent tissue.
And what is apparent tissue? For those of, like, I don't know what that means. It's not like Kleenexes, right?
That's correct. Apparent tissue from the forensic perspective is a material that may or may not resemble human skin tissue. In this particular instance, based on my observations, that's what I called it.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down, and if we could have exhibit 124, 6974. And so, sir, does this represent the contents of the seventh bag?
Yes, it does.
And so, in the upper center, what is that brown bottle?
It is a bottle of hydrogen peroxide.
And the cut up like labels off to the side, did you note what those were for?
I didn't note what they specifically were for. I grouped them under the miscellaneous items that were in this bag.
And now, sir, did you have the opportunity to see an eighth bag in the contents produced?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit 125, which is HAS 7002? Sir, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is a photograph of the contents of bag number 8.
And what was produced from bag number 8?
Bag number 8 contained a hammer, a pair of wire snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw with red-brown stains on it.
And what are wire snips, and then what are shears?
They're sharpened tools that can be used to cut an item of interest.
So which one of those two objects is snips and which one is a shear?
The shears are located on the right-hand side of the photo. The snips are located in the center between the hacksaw and the hatchet.
Now, sir, I want to ask you about bag 10. Skip it. What was recovered from the 10th bag?
The 10th bag contained a large piece of tarp that was taped together, so multiple pieces were taped together to form a larger tarp.
Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit 126? Is this what the 10th bag looked like, sir?
Prior to opening the contents, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit 127? What is it we're looking at here in 127, sir?
This is a photograph of protective booties that are worn over the bottoms of shoes.
And where were those recovered from, sir?
Those were also recovered in bag 10 once the contents were emptied.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been previously marked as exhibit 50, file number 7029? What is this, sir?
This is a photograph of the tarp from bag number 10 as it was being unfurled from the bag.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have exhibit 128, file number 7035? What is this image of, sir?
This is an image of additional items from bag number 10, one of them being an apparent piece of insulation and then some scraps from containers.
So, sir, what was done with all of these items?
The items that were taken out of all the bags, we discussed amongst the crime scene services section, detective unit, and myself, which items would be going to which units first for analysis. Items of evidence that would be going straight to the criminalistics unit for analysis, I would be collecting. Items that would be analyzed for potential prints would be going with the crime scene services section, and state police detective unit would be responsible for the remaining items.
So, what items, well, at this point in time, I'd like to ask you something, sir. Are you familiar with what's called the LIMS system for the crime lab?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what the LIMS system is?
LIMS stands for the Laboratory Information Management System. It is a software program that we utilize in order to track items of evidence that have been submitted to the laboratory and then their chain of custody history as they move throughout the laboratory.
And so after you had the opportunity to collect items that night, where did you go?
At that point, I left the facility and went to the laboratory in Danvers and submitted items of evidence there under lab number 23-00596.
So that number, that's for the overall case that you're assigned to at this point in time, right?
That's correct.
So what happens as far as when you make a submission of a piece of evidence into the LIMS system?
Once the evidence has been submitted into the laboratory information management system, I then make assignments for myself to write a report based on what I collected from that scene, as well as assignments for the criminalistics unit for any items that need to be analyzed in the criminalistics unit as well. Every item is then appropriately packaged and or dried if it's wet, and then eventually transported to the appropriate storage facility.
And so I'd like to ask you about some of the LIMS numbers that you were able to assign objects that you entered into the evidence. Your Honor, if it may be with the court's approval and with no objection from defense, would he be able to refer to his report during this portion?
Any objection?
No objection.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, what item number under LIMS did the swabs from the driver's seat controls get?
Those swabs were given item number 9-1, 9 referring to the submission and 1 being the first item under that submission.
And what item number did the swabs from the rear passenger seat floor mat get?
The rear passenger side floor mat was given 9-2.
What LIMS number did the swabs from the rear passenger third row seat get?
9-3.
What was the LIMS number for the swabs from trunk mat 1?
Trunk mat 1 was 9-4.
What was the LIMS number for the swabs from trunk mat 2?
9-5.
What was the item number for the swabs from the red-brown stain with the letter A?
9-6.
What was the item number for the hair sample you got from the door of the Volvo?
9-7.
What was the LIMS number for the swabs for the gloves? I'm sorry, what was the LIMS number for the gloves from the floor?
From the front passenger floor, it was 9-8.
And what was the LIMS number for the Ziploc bag in the passenger door pocket?
9-9.
And what was the LIMS number for the gloves in the center console?
9-10.
Now, did you seize any Band-Aids from the floor of that vehicle?
I seized 2 Band-Aids from the center console of the vehicle, yes.
And what LIMS number did they get?
Those were given item 9-11.
Now, directing your attention to the items from 300 Forest Street, what was the LIMS number for the black jacket from bag number 1?
9-12.
And what was the LIMS number for the bracelet from the left pocket of that jacket?
9-13.
What was the LIMS number for the black purse in bag 1?
9-14.
And what was the number for the black wallet from bag 1?
9-15.
What number did the pair of boots get from bag 1?
9-16.
What item number did the Volkswagen keys get?
9-17.
And what LIMS number did the headphones, did you find headphones that night?
There were headphones inside of a case, yes.
And what number did they get?
They were 9-18.
What item number did referring to bag 2, what did you discover as far as any gauze?
Inside of bag 2 was a piece of tape that had gauze inside of the tape. So the non-adhesive side was on the exterior and then the gauze was on the interior of that tape. And the gauze appeared to be red-brown stained.
And what was the item number that you gave to the tape with the gauze and the red-brown stain?
9-20.
And regarding the wipes that you found from bag 2, what was the item number they got?
They were 9-21.
And the towels that were retrieved from bag 2, what numbers did they get?
The white towel, one of them was 9-22 and the other was 9-23.
What about the bathrobe from bag 3? What LIMS number did that get?
The white bathrobe with red-brown stains was 9-24.
And the watch that was in bag 4?
9-25.
Sir, what about the gray slippers with red-brown stains from bag 4? What limbs number did they get?
Gray slippers were 9-26.
And then there was a second pair of slippers. Were they the dark gray slippers?
That's correct.
All right, so what did the dark gray slippers with trace material get as a limbs number?
9-27.
And was there any hair samples recovered from bag 4?
Yes, there was.
What was recovered as far as a hair sample?
There was apparent hairs with red-brown stains that were not on the slippers. They were just loose inside of the bag. I collected those as well.
And what item number did they get?
They were given 9-28.
And any wipes recovered from bag 4?
Yes, correct.
And what did they get for an item number?
9-29.
And in the images from that bag, was there a sponge?
There was, yes, a sponge with a wipe stuffed into it.
And what item number did that get?
That was given number 9-30.
And was anything retrieved as far as cuttings, or I shouldn't say that, what was the item number given to the pieces of rug from bag 5?
From bag number 5, I took a cutting myself from the red-brown stains that were seen on those pieces of rug. That cutting was given 9-31.
What item number did the Tyvek suit get?
9-32.
And in bag 6, what number did the hand towel get?
9-33.
So, sir, now I'd like to show you some of these objects. And before I do you have any gloves with you?
I do, yes.
I see counsel at the side of the bench.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, with the court's indulgence, I'm just going to be walking back and forth to grab certain objects. And I apologize if I appear to be a ping pong ball, but I think that's probably going to be the easiest way to do it.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the court reporter, I'll see my voice up. Sir, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand you an item that's in a bag. I'm going to ask if you recognize the bag and open it up. I'm not going to ask you to produce anything from the bag, okay?
Yep.
All right, thank you, sir. So the first item I'm handing you is a manila envelope. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it, sir?
This is a manila envelope containing the COVID card of Anna Walsh that I recovered from the scene.
Can you open that envelope and determine if that object is inside it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would seek to have this envelope marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Is it 129 we're at?
Yes, Your Honor.
The COVID card will be, or the exhibit with pouch that contains the COVID card is now in evidence as 129. Jurors, I do expect that there's going to be a series, and based on what we're consulting with at the side of the bench, there's going to be a series of bags of evidence that are going to, the Commonwealth's going to move in to evidence. And those bags, to the extent that they are admitted as evidence, will go back with you in the jury room for you to examine as you need during your deliberations. But it's my understanding that they're going to stay in the bags right now. And when they go back with you, you'll have proper gloves, just like the witness now has. All right? Thank you.
Sir, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the bag of keys and headphones that I recovered at the scene.
Could you open it and confirm those items are inside that bag?
Yes, they are.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the keys and headphones marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which I believe is 130.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's marked and admitted into evidence as exhibit 130, the Volvo keys and the headphones.
Oh, my bad. Sir, I'm showing you I'm producing a bag to you. If you could tell us if you recognize it.
Yes, this is a bag of the black jacket with red-brown stains, a pair of socks and bracelet from bag number 1 at the collection site in Peabody.
Could you open that up and confirm that those items are inside of it?
I can see the black jacket. However, without removing it, there's nothing I can see that might be underneath it.
Okay, so for today's purposes, that bag with the black jacket, I would seek to mark as the next exhibit, Your Honor, without having to move the jacket around and go underneath any objects inside it.
What's the outside labeling say? Black jacket, bracelet, and what else?
Pair of black socks, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
The contents of that packet, which has on the outside of it, black jacket, bracelet, and black socks, is now in evidence as 131.
Sir, I'm producing another bag to you. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a bag marked as purse and wallet from bag number 1.
Could you open that bag and confirm the purse and wallet?
Yes, they are.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
The purse and the black wallet, both black purse and black wallet, are now in evidence as 132. Thank you.
Sir, I'm handing you a bag and ask
Yes, I do.
what's inside that bag, sir?
A pair of green boots recovered from bag number 1.
And sir, what is the outside of the bag, sir?
The outside of the bag reads green boots, bag number 1, with my initials, my trainee's initials, and the date.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
The bag with the green boots is now in evidence as Exhibit 133.
Sir, you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
This is a brown paper bag containing a bracelet.
Can you open the bag and confirm the bracelets inside?
Yes, there's a bracelet inside.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The bracelet is now in evidence in its bag as 134.
Sir, I'm handing you this first bag. Can I ask if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
This is a bag marked white towel number 1 from bag number 2 at the PBD collection facility.
And that's one of the 2 white towels you bagged up that night and took back to the crime lab?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you open it and make sure the towel's inside?
Yes, it's inside.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this bag and the white towel marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection.
White towel number 1 from bag 2 is now in evidence as Exhibit 135.
I'm handing you another bag, sir.
This bag is marked white towel number 2.
And does that look like the bag, the second bag for a white towel that you bagged that night?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you open and confirm the towel's inside?
Yes, it's inside.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The white towel number 2 from bag number 2 is now in evidence as 136. Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm producing another bag to you. I'm going to ask you to recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And what is that bag, sir?
This bag contains a white bathrobe with red brown stains that I recovered from bag number 3.
Could you open that bag and confirm that the bathrobe inside?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth will see the bag with the bathrobe marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Objection.
The bathrobe from bag number 3 is now in evidence as Exhibit 137.
Sir, what's this bag that I'm handing you?
This is a bag of the dark gray slippers with red brown stains and trace materials.
Could you open the bag and confirm the slippers are inside?
Yes, they are.
Commonwealth seems to have the bag with the dark gray slippers marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
That's also from bag number 3, or is that,
This would be from bag number
that's
4.
bag 4?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. The dark gray slippers from bag number 4 are now in evidence as 138.
Mr. Gould? Recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This bag contains the leather strap watch from bag number 4.
And could you open and confirm the watch inside?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the next bag as the watch from bag number 4 as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The leather strap watch from bag 4 is now in evidence as 139.
So you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a bag containing apparent hairs with red brown stains from bag number 4.
Could you open the bag and confirm that the item is inside?
This one's still sealed.
Oh, you didn't get them all?
Yeah, can't quite get it all. I need new gloves as well.
So your gloves have opened. For the record, I brought you a new set. So and why don't I take yours?
Thank you.
Good?
Good.
All right.
Thank you. Yes, they're inside.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the next bag with apparent hairs with red brown stain marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No
Any
objection.
objection?
No objection.
The hair from bag number 4 is in evidence as 140.
Sir, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a pair of slippers with red brown stains from bag number 4.
So those are the light gray slippers?
That's correct.
Can you open the slippers inside?
Yes, they are.
Commonwealth would seek to have the next bag marked as exhibit 141, pair of slippers from bag number 4.
No objection.
Thank you. The bags light gray slippers from bag number 4 are now in evidence as Exhibit 141.
Sir, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a bag containing the sponge with a wipe through it.
Could you open it and confirm the sponge is inside?
Yes, it is.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as an exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection.
Is that from bag 4 or we now moved on to bag 5?
We are on bag 4, Your Honor.
Okay. The sponge from bag number 4 is now in evidence as Exhibit 142.
Sir, do you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that bag?
This is a bag containing the Tyvek suit recovered from bag number 6.
Could you open and confirm the Tyvek suits inside?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this next bag, Your Honor, marked as next exhibit. Tyvek suit from bag number 6.
No objection.
Thank you. Now in evidence as 143 is the Tyvek suit from bag 6.
Mr. Gould? Do you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
This bag contains the hand towel with red-brown stains from bag number 6.
Can you open and confirm it's inside?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to mark this as an exhibit, Your Honor, which is hand towel with red brown stains from bag number 6.
Any objection?
No objection.
And towel from bag 6 is now in evidence as 144.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross?
Good afternoon. Sir.
Good afternoon.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry about that.
If I just call you Mr. Gould, do you have a comment?
Mr. Gould's fine.
So, you told us as you began your testimony that when you went to the scene of the, where all the trash and everything was, that there was, people were collecting bags, and at one point you had to then take out some of the evidence and put it on the paper to quote, preserve the integrity of the evidence.
Yes.
And when we talk about preserve the integrity of the evidence, what we're trying to do is what all of you are trying to do is make sure that you keep it in the same condition that it was in when you found it, correct?
Exactly, yes.
Now, do you know anything about a trash compactor that was taken to that area before you arrived?
I don't know any specifics about a trash compactor, no.
So can you tell the jury if you have any information that some of this evidence has been introduced that was taken out of a dumpster there, that it had
first been in a compactor and then transferred to the dumpster, or you just?
I do not know.
When you talk about the integrity of the evidence, it also includes trying to preserve the fact, as best you can, of how a particular item that was stained is not stained by another item. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
So when you're handling this evidence that you're collecting, you're really taking care not to have one item touch another item, because you don't want a transfer between biological evidence between item 1 and item 2, correct?
Correct, to the best of my ability, yes.
Sure. And in this case, and in the collection of this evidence, it's fair to say, isn't it, Mr. Gould, that you have no way of knowing before you were able to begin your examination of these items at the scene how they had come into contact with each other, either within a bag or just being pulled out by people before you arrived.
Before I arrived, correct.
And there is such a thing in your expertise in forensics that includes characterization of transfer of biological evidence, correct?
That is within the realm of our responsibilities, yes.
And what that simply means is that one item that has some either biological evidence or something else, if it comes into contact with another item, it can transfer that to the other item. So item A that may have had a red-brown stain on it, I transfer some of that red-brown stain to item B, whereas before, item B never had a red-brown stain.
That's correct. And the term we would use for that is called low cards exchange principle.
And that would include, for instance, if you were looking at a pair of slippers like we have in this case, and you see in one of the photographs that there looks to be apparent hairs attached to the slippers, it could very well be that those hairs that are seen attached to the slipper, they could have transferred to that slipper because they were already in the bag or they came into contact with something else.
Absolutely, yes.
And so it's fair to say then that when you're out there, very careful, and with all the training and experience you have, there's no way for you to be able to tell a jury, with regards to this specific case, how exactly some of this red-brown stain or biological evidence actually came to be on any piece of evidence.
Correct. I cannot say the manner of deposition. I can only confirm its presence.
And so it's fair to say, isn't it, that there could very well be some of this evidence that now, when you look upon it, it has a red-brown stain on it. That red-brown stain may not have been on that piece of evidence when it was, in fact, initially placed into, for example, a black bag.
That's possible, yes.
In the photographs that were introduced of the scene where you went with all that trash and garbage, it's fair to say that a lot of that trash and garbage had absolutely nothing to do with this case.
Correct.
How did you differentiate at the scene what applied to this case and what didn't apply to this case?
Mainly once the discovery was made of red-brown stains on items, I was looking for any items of interest that might be in with those bags that have those red-brown stains on them as well, to try to establish any potential biological connections with the items in those bags.
And we saw a lot of photographs, but some of the photographs appeared to have some of the items that were eventually taken into custody by you and given a lens number, like you described for the jury. Some of those items, when they were first taken out of the bags, it looks to me like they were placed directly onto the floor of that warehouse.
Yes, they do.
And the floor of the warehouse actually looks somewhat damp in the photographs.
It does, yes.
And it was in fact damp.
I can't recall exactly the conditions, but it is the floor of the facility, yes.
And so it's fair to say that a lot of You have, terrible question, I apologize. It's fair to say that you have no idea what was originally on the floor of that warehouse before you arrived.
Correct.
You just know that it had the appearance, it may have been damp, but you don't know what caused the damage.
That's correct.
And then these items were placed on that. Items, like for instance, the items have been admitted into evidence here, and they could have been then be caused to be dampened by what was on the floor of that warehouse.
That's possible, yes.
And then what happened was, once again, in your very earnest desire to preserve the integrity of the evidence, you then took a lot of these physical pieces of evidence and you placed them on, you would call it, what would we call it, paper?
Yes, we would refer to the white parchment paper, typically in the lab as bench paper.
Bench paper. And that's what we see in the photographs.
Yes.
And then, after you collected these items, you then transported them or caused them to be transported to the lab at the Mass State Police?
Yes.
And did you, I thought I heard you testify that you haven't transported to various parts of the lab?
The evidence, I believe what I had said was that the evidence will eventually travel to its respective facility where it needs to be stored. But I did submit at one laboratory with all the items.
You did?
Yes.
And after you transported the items to the lab, did you have any further, did you do any further work on these items?
No, I did not.
All right, thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes? So jurors, I'm going to send you on your way today, and I was talking with the lawyers just now about what the schedule is for the rest of the week, because I'd like to let you know, because I know I'm ever mindful of the sacrifice you're making to be here to serve as jurors in this case. So here's the rest of the week. I expect tomorrow will be a full day, 9 to 4. And then on Friday, I think I told many of you during empanelment, seems like a long time ago, so you may not remember, that my plan always was to go 9 to 1 while the evidence was presented on Fridays. And that's frankly just for your own education, to let me continue with the other cases that are in this session. So I see them on Friday afternoon when I have a longer case. So that's what I'm going to be doing Friday afternoon. But what it means for you is our day on Friday will likely be just 9 to 1. All right, so you have a layout. Parties tell me so far we're right on schedule, maybe a little ahead of schedule. So I try to keep you informed because, again, I know the sacrifice you're making. Have a good night. But before you leave, I remind you, jurors, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence. So have a good night, and I'll see you back here tomorrow ready to work.
All rise for the court, please. Notebooks.
I just like how she stands there at the edge of the bench platform. I like that. Just hey, thanks for coming over. You know, next time we'll come to your place. Hey, thanks, Sherry Schreiber, for gifting 1 Justice 3TV membership. We appreciate that. And of course, Domino's mad. Domino did not get it. Let's see if there's any cleanup. Well, they're sticking around for something.
Circling back to a couple of things we spoke about earlier today. So the Commonwealth's motion with regard to the guilty plea was filed on Sunday night. And I frankly had asked Madam Clerk if she could check, because my recollection was that the defendant never filed a written, I know you've been busy. I just want to make sure I have all the paper in front of me. Is it correct that you have not filed a written opposition?
I haven't had the chance to address it, but I will have something emailed to the court by tomorrow morning.
Okay. And so here's, with regard to that, let me focus you a little bit more precisely, which is, I want that to address what relevance does the defendant's plea of guilty, not his taking responsibility by testifying consistent with the expected evidence presented in the opening. I lied to the police. I improperly disposed of my wife's body. What relevance does the fact of the plea, if you are seeking to get the plea in, of guilty to indictments or counts 2 and 3, have to any permissible fact finding that this jury would do, recognizing that the jury is prohibited and will get an instruction consistent with almost every criminal case, that they may not consider punishment or the consequences of its verdict? So one of the things I'm concerned about is in line drawing, that I'm inviting the jury, if I allow them to hear evidence that he pled guilty, then I'm inviting them to do exactly what I'm going to tell them not to do, which is you are not to consider jurors. You stay in your lane, I stay in mine. So it's not clear to me entirely, and again, no fault of the parties. You may be thinking through a lot of the information I gave you earlier today. But think about now whether A, you are seeking to admit that he pled to those 2 counts. And if you are still seeking that information, what relevance does it have to this jury's permissible job? All right. So let me see if I made myself another note. When's the Commonwealth going to get me the FASTO things? The reduced FASTO text messages.
Your Honor, I had a chance to discuss the messages with the Commonwealth. In my position, and I alerted Commonwealth to this, is that if the court was inclined to allow even some of the messages, that my preference is the whole package of the messages that they initially wanted to come in comes in full.
Okay, so relevant or not, you wish me to put it in?
Given the court's ruling that some of the messages are coming in, it is our belief that the context of all the messages
Is more beneficial as a strategic matter for your client?
It's strategic, it's relevance, it gives a full context. I think otherwise you'd be able to cherry pick certain statements and make an argument that another argument could be made on the exact opposite side of the coin had the other parts been admissible.
All
So
right.
it is a strategic
I
request.
said this probably a million times. You know the evidence better than I did. I started before I assigned the Commonwealth to reduce. I started to try to reduce it myself. And I was able to reduce it. But again, I don't know your cases nearly as well as you do. I'm just consuming it as the jury's consuming the evidence. All right? Anything, those are the two things that I wanted to talk about before we suspended for today. First, go to the Commonwealth, and then I'll go to the defense. Anything that the Commonwealth needs to talk about.
Your Honor, with respect to the text messages, we did send counsel a copy with names and images of certain individuals blurred out and redacted. I don't know that that's an issue with.
It's just the text content. I don't care about the photographs that are blurred.
All right, so particularly of the third parties, the minor third parties that are in those text messages, those absolutely need to be blurred. But you're not suggesting that the photo, or maybe you are suggesting that the photo that Anna Walsh sent at 10:07 is blurred.
No, Your Honor, only the third party minor children.
Okay, all right, that seems appropriate. Anything else from the Commonwealth?
Nothing else from the Commonwealth.
For the defense, anything you want to raise with the court?
I think what everyone wants to research and get an answer to is the 1020 maps that we were discussing at Sidebahhh. Which again, I think we all just need to open a book, so to speak, and hopefully have information for the court about that, because that's relevant for Friday.
Right. There's a lot to unpack there from what my preliminary research revealed, but I haven't had a chance to read it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good night.
And my
Well, immediately I'm looking for some research. If anybody heard more about that, I know it was a sidebar, but the 1020 matter. So I'm going to take a look if I can real quick here. See if there's some reference to that in the code. Stand by. Doesn't look like it. There's a USC code that involves false statements, so it's not that. So maybe I misheard, or it's not enough info for me to know what I'm doing about it. But interesting, it relates to whomever is going to be there for the half day on Friday. So you probably noticed that. She had said early on that, yeah, you know, we might be doing half days Friday originally, because this Friday is Aidan Carney's hearing. And it was going to be in person at 2 o'clock on Friday, and now it's not. It's by cowardly Zoom at 2:15. They were talking about, okay, well, how do we get out of? It could be a mess if we're in the midst of this trial in one courtroom, and then literally next door is the Aidan Carney hearing. So one way or another, they were going to avoid that conflict. They've now done it in two ways: cowardly Zoom. And court will be over in the Walshe case by 1 o'clock. They'll do it's like a 2/3 day, because they only come back from 2 to 4 for a couple of extra hours. And the last 2 days, hour and a half, left at about 3:30 yesterday and about the same today. So anyway, talk about the guts of the case, almost literally. This witness, the CSI guy, as I would call him, Mr. Davis, from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab,
first I thought, okay, this guy did the car. He just did the car. He's there looking at the Volvo XC90. Finds blood in 5 spots, driver's control knob, passenger floor mat, back of the folded down seat. Why are you folding down the seat? Well, you need a little room for the body and the tools. And then a couple of spots on mats that are in the rear deck part, because it's an SUV. There's no trunk, but the rear deck part. So that's what I thought it was all about. And then, whoa, he moved on into the baggage. Holy cow. And that's where, we knew it was coming, the comparison with the rug, every tool that anybody has in their shop, and the suit, and the bloody rags, and all of that. Now, we're going to go over this in a little more detail tonight at 6 o'clock when Ms. Demeanor will be back by popular demand. She'll be back, and so we will go over this stuff, and I may have some show and tell to accompany these different items. And then we talk about them really in the context of, okay, you're arguing that he knew all about it because he did it, right, after the fact. But what does that have to do with the murder? If you believe he was shocked and amazed that she died and he was just doing a cleanup on aisle 5, that's the argument. And every one of those gruesome details about the things they found and the tools fits his narrative just as well as it fits the state's narrative. It makes for, I know everybody's like, that's crazy. Who is going to find that he actually stumbled basically upon her dead body? If you think everybody thinks like we do, I think you're going to be, well, at least surprised at some point in your life. Maybe not this trial, but there will be a trial where you feel the exact same way, and there will be one juror that leads to a hung jury and a mistrial because they could not get past. In this case, the example is, where's the intent of murder? We got lots of intent of chop her up and get rid of her. But where's the intent to murder? I haven't seen it yet. Doesn't mean I can't get there with even the little scintilla of evidence. But there will be cases, and this may be one where there's a juror that says, look, it's horrible. What he did was horrible. What he admits to is horrible. I just can't find intent to murder from everything else that's in front of us here. And as it relates to the fact that he's admitted to the plea deal on the 2 different charges, the court brought it up again at the end. Hey, how do you want to handle this plea deal? Because normally that's not coming in front of the jury. I actually think if it does come in, it could be reversible error. The prejudicial effect is unbelievable. Maybe the defense, as a strategy, thinks that it's okay because he's mea culpa'd this horrible, disgusting thing. But the prejudicial effect is unbelievable. So what will be very interesting is to see if the defense registers an objection to those pleas coming in. That will give you a sense of how they're going to play it and how they might factor it into any appeal. Okay, here's the elephant in the room that I kind of skipped right over. You notice how the judge said, she was talking about, okay, how are we going to handle these plea deals and how it relates to the evidence? She said, other than when the defendant testifies, or other when the defendant is testifying as to what he did and what he found that day, I don't think she's the kind of judge that would just cavalierly throw that out there if there hadn't been some pretty serious discussion about it. We've assumed it's going to happen once the defense came in that he stumbled upon his wife's dead body, nudged her off the bed. Oh, now what? Let me cut her up. That opens the door for his testimony, because who else can describe what happened that night? Set aside whether you think it's total fiction. Who else can describe what happened? He is the only guy that can do it. And it's a weird, twisted kind of self-defense if you think about it. Self-defense usually is based on what your perceptions are at the time you are defending yourself. Well, his testimony is going to be based on his perceptions of what he saw and what he felt that night when he thought his wife was dead. So the judge has basically made it clear, to the degree that it can be at this point, that he's going to testify. So we'll see what happens. Tomorrow we know it's supposed to be the boyfriend, and that could be all day. That could be a very long witness. So I don't know if they're at that breaking point, but they didn't talk about it, at least not in open court as they have in the past. They didn't say, okay, what's up next? They had already told us earlier in the week that the boyfriend is going to be Thursday. So it looks like things are underway. She said to the jury that we are a little bit ahead of schedule, whatever that means. Tomorrow being a full day, primarily boyfriend. Friday, I'm not sure what it's going to be for that half day. Who knows? And then I think, the prosecution's case, because of the lack of body, I don't know where else they're going. You're not going to have a medical examiner, right? All that's gone. So once they get past all of this forensic evidence from the crime scene lab folks, I don't think there's a whole ton left. And the boyfriend. There may be some other precipient witnesses to talk about interactions. I know there's the girlfriend. What was her name? Kirby, I think. She was privy to a number of conversations, which were parts of pretrial motions. And we know that she has some things to say that the court has already ruled on. So there will be some of that. And then whatever they decide to use as the big finish. We'll see. I just don't think, 3 weeks sounds like a lot to me based on what we've seen so far in the first 3 days and what we know is going to come the rest of this week, basically. So, yeah. And I think for the sake of the jury integrity, the further away from the holiday that we can wrap this up, the better. In other words, 3 weeks would have taken us to Christmas week. I think that's dangerous. I think, it's a Friday verdict on steroids. I'd rather the jury feel like they've got a few days if they need it. I know people are going, days? They could time it with a stopwatch. What do you mean, days? You may be right. You might be right. But I still don't want that other factor hanging over them. Like, I got to get out of here. The kids are coming and we got to do this, put the tree up. Yeah, if we can avoid that, let's. So my gut tells me the end of next week, which would be, what is today, the 3rd, 12th, we'll start to shape up, where are we? And I wouldn't be surprised to see it wrap up the following week, which is a week before Christmas. So that would be great. Okay, so tonight, Ms. Demeanor, Janet will be here, and we'll go over this stuff in a little more grisly detail. This was such an important part of the case for the prosecution today. We had a lot of, the insurance guy was amazing, and we may touch on him, but we'll probably replay some of the CSI guy, just because it is such an important part of the prosecution's case. Okay. Let me check, make sure I have gotten all the bits and pieces that I'm supposed to here. Okay, Scott was telling me yesterday, I can't come here every day. I got that, because he's about an hour from court. But snow removal done, and maybe she'll go tomorrow, and maybe we'll have a special report from our correspondent. And then tomorrow, again, if I hadn't planned around it, I would have gone for tomorrow. Tomorrow's a good day. Tomorrow should be very interesting. And then something is happening. Oh yeah, Friday. Friday, there's the Zoom hearing, which I guess is a come one, come all. So conveniently, if for no other reason for our scheduling, we can run that in the afternoon and run Walshe in the morning. So I say that now, and Missy just passed out. So hopefully we'll be able to handle that, and I will definitely be around, sit in on that. I'm not sure about Linda Baden, not sure what her life looks like after tomorrow. So we'll see. Maybe we'll put the band back together for Friday. See how it goes. Okay, good to have you along. Let's see, make sure I've got everything. I think I do have everything. Yes, there she is, Miss Demeanor, coming on tonight. Do not miss that. She's back by popular demand. In fact, people said, can we just have her alone? But I'm sorry, we can't. I got a contract. Can't do that. So let me click this, and then might be a couple of other nuggets that we look at. The Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter, which is now officially before the court, the SJC. Today is the day that they are considering the case. I put a note in to my buddy there at the clerk's office, basically saying, what does that mean? Does that mean all of this stuff is kept like at a secret location, and then on the 3rd, it's plopped in equal measure on each of the justices that are hearing the matter? Remember, there are 7 total, but Judge Dewar will not be part of the mix because she's already ruled as a single justice. So the other 6, do they all just get all the paperwork at once? Bam! Here's all the paperwork, and then ready, go! And then it's, pencils down, what's your decision? I don't know that process. If it's like the Supreme Court of the U.S., they have their own schedule. and nobody tells them when something needs to be done. If something's expedited, certainly they do that. They put it up to the top of the pile. But does that mean tomorrow we'll have a response? Does that mean Friday? Does that mean next Monday? I think most would like to see a result in her favor before Christmas, but I don't know. So I put it in a note to send it to my guy. I've not heard back from him yet. I'm going to give him a call. He's very helpful. I'm going to give him a call, have an update for us tonight on how that normally shakes out. My guess is they get everything on the day that it's listed in the docket, and then in an expedited way, they review stuff. So what I'll ask him is, in your experience, what does that really look like? Is that a couple of days? Is that a week? What is that? So we'll look at that in Fitzsimmons, and she continues to stew in the jail there in Chicopee. All right, folks, good to have you along. Appreciate it. We're going to try. We've been playing with a whole different set of options here for how we cover a trial like this. Linda obviously is totally out of the mix because of the Aidan Carney matter. My stuff ebbs and flows. I wish I could just sit here all day and just chime in and make annoying comments, but I can't. I just can't at this point in time. So I'm doing what I can, and I appreciate you guys hanging with us as you can. And we will see you back here at 6 o'clock with Ms. Demeanor. In the meantime, this is Justice Served TV. Please try to do the right thing.
It's on the sky.